Get it started. Am I on? Okay. Okay. It's nice to see everybody socializing really good, but it's time for us to start our regular board meeting for the Cone Joint Unified School District Board of Education for the month of October, date 17th, year 2024. And I'd like to take the opportunity to welcome everybody who's here. And let's go ahead and start our meeting. And we will do that by taking roll call. So if I could have Ms. lead us in the roll call.
Mrs. Haro? Mr. Flores? Mrs. Sandoval?
Present.
Mr. Fuentes?
Present.
Mrs. Flores?
Present.
Mr. Ibarra?
Present. Thank you, Joanne. We're going to move right into renewal of the pledge, but before we do that, we do have an interpreter, Ms. Bueno, available. And if you could please come up to the podium.
President Ibarra, there it is.
Hey, there you go.
Apologize for that. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Yo soy Cintia Bueno, soy recepcionista y traductora del distrito. Esta noche estaremos ofreciendo servicios de intérprete. Si alguien desea escuchar la reunión completamente en español simultáneamente, puede encontrarme en la mesa trasera, ahí, donde podrán adquirir un dispositivo para escuchar la reunión en español. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. And at this time, we'd like to renew the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'd like to ask Board Member Isabel Fuentes, or Orange, or over here to my left, to please lead us in the pledge.
Yes. Put your hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Israel.
Thank you.
Okay, the board will go into item 1.3, adoption of October 17, 2024 agenda. There are some amendments in closed session. 10.3, which includes the personnel, public employee appointment, discipline, dismissal, and release. We're going to add an addition of one certificated regular staff, a teacher, deletion of 2 classified management, and an addition of 43 volunteers. So at this point, I'd entertain a motion for approval, please.
I'll move. Oh, I'll second.
Okay. Okay, so I have Israel first. Coin flip.
Pat, second.
Pat second. Okay, thank you. I like the enthusiasm. So on a motion by Israel Fuentes and second by Board Member Pat Haro, this is to adopt the agenda as recommended. All those in favor indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Anyone oppose? Anyone abstain? So on a motion by Board Member Israel Fuentes, second by Board Member Pat Haro, and on a 6-0 vote, the board adopt the agenda as recommended. And let's take note that Board Member Joanne Thorin Ojeda is absent today. All right. Now, this is one of our highlights of our board meetings, and we'd like to introduce principal neighbors to the podium to introduce our Grand Terrace High School presenters.
Good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, members of the audience, executive cabinet, and obviously all of our school GT people here. Can I get an applause for you guys? Let's hear you guys. All right. I always want to make sure everybody knows GT comes out strong. All right. It is my pleasure to introduce our ASB student presenters, ASB Vice President Nick Romo, ASB Senior Class President Ramses Munoz, ASB Historian Macy Gustafson, and Rally Commissioner Kalia Jimenez to present our student showcase.
Good evening, Board President Frank Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. My name is Ramses Munoz, and I am the senior class of 2025.
My name is Nick Romo, and I'm this year's ASB Vice President.
Hi, my name is Kalilani Jimenez, and I am one of our rally commissioners.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Macy Gustafson. I'm a junior, and I'm the ASB historian. We are here tonight to proudly present our Grand Terrace High School Showcase. This school year has been off to a great start, and since then, it's been really busy in Titantown. With that being said, here are some of our highlights since our last presentation back in April.
We'll start off with academics. On May 3rd, our AVID program hosted its annual AVID Stole ceremony in our theater. AVID seniors talked about their future plans, thanked their families, and thanked a mentor teacher who then presented them with their well-deserved stole. On May 7th, Grand Terrace High School hosted the CJUSD APAC Student Achievement Award ceremony in our theater. ASB made decorations for the event, and all attendees were provided with a free snacks from the district. Awards were given out to students from all school sites and grade levels in the district. It was a great event recognizing the achievements of our students. On May 14th, we recognized over 200 seniors during Senior Awards Night for their academic accomplishments. Seniors received medals, certificates, scholarships, letters, pins, bars, and plaques. Seniors who were pathway completers received stoles. Our valedictorian and salutatorian were also announced that night. Following the awards program, students, families, and guests took photos to celebrate. On May 16th, we hosted our second annual College and Career Commitment Ceremony. We recognized over 80 seniors who volunteered to be a part of this new tradition. Each participant signed a banner committing to either a community college, university, military branch, or trade school they were attending. We are proud of our graduates and wish them the best of luck as they pursue their passions via post-secondary education. On May 22nd, many of our graduating seniors dressed up in their cap and gowns and visited their elementary schools, Terrace Hills Middle School, and their former teachers. Seniors reminisced about their childhood years, reconnected with former teachers and staff. They also played at recess, and some even got to see their younger siblings and cousins. We look forward to this event every year. On May 28th, our class of 2024 graduation was held at the San Manuel Stadium. It was a beautiful event for both our graduates and their families. The ceremony concluded with our traditional fireworks show. On September 24th, the GTHS recognized our sophomores, juniors, and seniors at our academics award ceremonies for their hard work from their last semester. Students were recognized for their academic achievements such as GPA Improvement Honor Roll, Principals Honor Roll, Titan Aces, and AP Awards. Award recipients were cheered on by their families and peers. Following the ceremony, families celebrated with their Titan scholars taking many photos. Earlier this month, during the second week of October, our counseling department hosted a college week, which included college presentations with representatives from various community college and universities for students to learn about programs, majors, and post-secondary options. AVID classes also created and presented college boards during both lunches and organized a school-wide college door decorating contest to promote post-secondary education.
On April 25th, our engineering pathway hosted its annual showcase in our cafeteria. Seniors presented their innovative capstone projects to community members and families. It was an informative evening with forward-thinking ideas and creativity. On May 10th, our Wellness Center hosted a wellness fair during lunch in our amphitheater. Students who visited booths received information and resources about nutrition, mental health, and local services to support their wellness needs. On May 10th, our choir program hosted its spring choir concert in our auditorium. The theme was Be Our Guest, featuring several Beauty and the Beast iconic songs and choreography. Students showcased their talents and seniors were recognized with a special tribute. Our Link Crew program, under the direction of Miss Gray, hosted their freshman orientation on August 2nd. Over 400 ninth grade students met with their Link Crew leaders for icebreakers, team building activities, family groups, campus tours, and more. Each freshman also received a free Titan Pride t-shirt. On August 30th, our Care Pathway students hosted a blood drive in our gym. It was a great opportunity for students to get hands-on learning experiences while also saving lives via blood donations. On September 15th, under the direction of our choir teacher, Ms. De Leon, our GTHS choir program hosted their annual fall choir concert titled the GT Cafe in our cafeteria. This year's concert featured guest artist Carnell Harrell and student musical instrument performances. Our Art Pathway students had the honor and privilege of painting this year's District Kindness Bus that is traveling around this week and to all of our elementary schools promoting anti-bullying.
Our fall sports are in full swing. Football, girls tennis, cross country, band, color guard, cheer, and volleyball. On April 17th, ASB hosted an all-school luau which included free lays for every student, live dancers in our amphitheater with audience participation, food booth, and many games. On Cinco de Mayo, GTHS organized a fiesta during lunch in our amphitheater. Tyne staff members joined in too. ASB provided music, decor, and free agua frescas. It was a great day in Tyne Town. On Wednesday, May 15th, we hosted our second annual American Pacific Islander Fashion Show. Students with nationalities ranging from Asian Pacific Islanders and Filipinos and Middle Eastern were encouraged to participate and showcase traditional clothing representing their culture. It was a beautiful celebration of students and diversity. On September 20th, the Multicultural Club, in collaboration with ASB, kicked off the National Hispanic Heritage Month with La Banda. The music group Sirreño Nuevo Legado, consisting of some GTHS and CHS alumni, performed during lunch in our amphitheater. ASB provided free agua fresca, stickers, and photo ops. It was a fun celebration enjoyed by all. As part of Hispanic Heritage Month, ASB hosted a massive game of loteria with 250 players in our gym during lunch for prizes. Participating students were treated to music and free pan dulce to immerse them in our culture experience. Bags of Mexican-style candies were given out as prizes.
On April 20th, we held our prom at the Desert Willow Golf Resort in Palm Desert. Prom attendees enjoyed beautiful scenic views, horse carriage rides, dancing, character artists, casino games, photo booths, and more. On April 26th, we held an Inside Out themed spring sports rally. We recognized our in-season sports, played rally games, watched student performances, and celebrated our seniors with our traditional senior post-secondary education parade. On May 8th, we celebrated being named California Distinguished School in Style. In collaboration with Hollister, GTHS hosted a feel-good fest filled with music by rising artists, exciting giveaways, and fun games. To top it off, we showed some extra love to our incredible staff with a VIP meal in our honor of Staff Appreciation Week. On May 17th, we held our annual Black Light Sadie's Fest dance in our quad. This year's theme was Cosmic Cowboy. Students painted themselves with glow-in-the-dark paints, were given glow sticks, fed tacos and Dole Whip, and enjoyed a fun-filled night of dancing. On May 22nd, the class of 2024 held their traditional senior sunset. The theme was Disney's Up. Seniors enjoyed burgers from an In-N-Out truck, took photos, and watched the sunset together. On May 31st, our graduating seniors attended grad night at Disney's California Adventure. Seniors enjoyed park hopping between both amusement parks during the day and then celebrating with their peers in California Adventure at night. On July 31st, we kicked off the new school year by welcoming back our staff with a baseball theme in our cafeteria. Teachers dressed the part, participated in mixers, enjoyed a Panera catered breakfast, and enjoyed each other's company while taking department photos around the room. On the first day of the 2024 to 2025 school year, ASB leaders decorated the entrances leading into our campus, welcomed staff and students with signs, and played music while our counselors assisted students in finding their schedules. During the week of August 5th through the 9th, we hosted our annual week of welcome, also known as WOW Week. Monday's lunchtime activity was the watermelon eating contest. Tuesday's activity was the water balloon toss Tuesday. Wednesday's activity was Waterfall Wednesday. And fun fact is this Instagram reel of this activity has over 553,000 views and counting. Thursday was Fill the Tank Thursday. And Friday was Titan Family Friday, concluding with our first lunch of the lawn with the games in our amphitheater. For the first time in GTHS history, the senior class hosted a senior parking space painting fundraiser. Seniors purchased parking spaces in our east parking lot, submitted artwork, and attended our first ever parking spot painting day. Seniors brought along their friends and family to help them paint their space. This is a new tradition we look forward to continuing in the years to come. On August 14th and 15th, ASB hosted for the second year Senior Jeans Painting Workshops. There was more than double the participation of last year. Seniors decorated their jeans with custom artwork while enjoying music and each other's company. We had a great turnout at our senior sunrise on August 16th. This year, the senior class voted for the theme to be centered around the music artist Mac Miller. Seniors were treated to donuts from our local donut shop, enjoyed pan dulce, snacks, and refreshments. They also had many photo opportunities, made senior bracelets, and concluded the event with a traditional balloon release. On August 23rd, we held a Disney Cars-themed fall sports rally. The rally opened with performances by band, color guard, and cheer. ASB members then set the tone with entering skit. We recognized athletes and played action-packed rally games, including modified hoverboard racing. Later the same day, our football team had their first home game of the season. To commemorate our brand new football field, the theme of the game was neon construction. Students dressed up in the neon colors and construction vests to fit along with our Cars theme rally. On August 28th and 29th, we hosted our annual Club Rush in our amphitheater. This year's theme was Peanuts theme, featuring Snoopy, Charlie Brown, and all their classic friends. Students met with various club representatives and advisors, ate delicious fresh popcorn and cotton candy, danced in the amphitheater, and either recruited for or signed up for clubs. It was a great way to connect students to our campus via a special interest or personal passion. On the 4th through 6th of September, the class of 2025 organized a fundraiser called Soca Senior. This is a trending fundraiser in which various sizes of buckets of water and or ice water are purchased and poured over volunteers to raise funds for the senior class. Our principal, Mr. Neighbors, also volunteered to get soaked. It was a very entertaining way to watch and was a successful fundraiser helping the senior class to raise funds to support the senior activities. Homecoming week is one of our favorite traditions we look forward to every year in Titantown. There's no place like homecoming was the theme of our week-long celebration this fall. Festivities included a week of spirit dress-up days, our Wizard of Oz themed homecoming rally where we presented our Royal Homecoming Court, played rally games, and cheered on our student performances for our Titan Pep Squad and dance groups. During lunch on September 27th, our homecoming court was paraded through campus in Corvettes provided by the Inland Empire Corvette Club. Our homecoming game was against Granite Hill School. We had a special pre-show at our football game for our male court members and held a recognition of a coronation for our female court members during the halftime show. On Saturday, September 28th, over 700 students attended our Wizard of Oz themed homecoming dance in our GTHS quad. Students enjoyed taking pictures, eating taco plates, Dole Whip, cookies, brownies, and churros. On October 16th, ASB hosted a Unity Day lunch on the lawn celebration. Students and staff were encouraged to wear orange in support of anti-bullying. Lawn games, orange beverages, and face painting were provided.
And lastly, we have our upcoming events. On October 23rd, at the CJUSD Community Cabinet meeting, our own Grupo Folclórico de GT and Bloomington's, also their dance group, it will be performing. And then on October 24th, we'll be having our Skilled Trades Fair sponsored by Pete Aguilar at our gym. On October 24th, we'll have a home football game versus San G, which will be our Veterans Night and our Tiny Titans Night. And then on October 31st, we have a Halloween costume contest during lunch. And that same day, we're going to have a home football game versus Rim of the World, which will be our senior night for football, cheer, band, and color guard. On November 1st, we'll have our Dia de los Muertos and Diwali lunchtime celebration. And that same day, we'll have our El Baile dance in our quad at 7 to 10 p.m. And then on the 2nd, we'll have our community movie night in our amphitheater, and we'll be watching the movie Coco. On behalf of the students at Grand Terrace High School, we want to thank you for your time, and we welcome any comments and we would be happy to answer any questions.
Let's give them a round of applause. Now, as I was taking a look at your presentation, one of the things that I noticed was all the energy that was coming out of every one of those activities. I'm thinking to myself, oh, only to be young again. I'll tell you. But excellent presentation. Obviously, there at Grand Terrace, and there's a lot of activities for every student to participate in. And it looks like you cover quite a few things. So there's something for everyone. Just want to also say on your homecoming a football game, I'd like to thank Mr. Neighbors and Grand Terrace for allowing the Board of Education to be part of that homecoming. And we truly, truly appreciate that as well. But each one of you did an excellent job in your presentation, and you should be commended for that. I know that as student representatives, you are the pretty much, and I'll take a cone term, the hub of what goes on there at Grand Terrace. So, you know, what I see and what we hear and what is shared with us, a lot of excellent things are coming out of Grand Terrace. as far as you engaging with all the students and bringing them in and getting their experiences there at GT to be memorable. So I want to thank you for that. With that, I'd like to see if Israel.
First of all, thanks for coming out this evening. Apologize for the orange. Every time I see your activities, and I've been at some of those activities also, and it's exciting to be there, I turn into a high schooler again. So I love it. I love it. Ramses, I've seen Ramses grow up. Ramses has grew up with my girls. And I remember when Ramses used to do the little Michael Jackson show at Grimes Elementary. But all of you are doing an excellent job. I see all the activities there. The tacos and the Dole Whip, that's a combination right there. So both of my favorite, and the churros. But, you know, and then, oh, yeah, the SOCA senior. How about SOCA board member? Oh, you might make some more money.
Step up for it.
I'll step up, and I think I'm gonna do it for Colton High School too. So, but it's so exciting to see, like board president said, the energy. Everyone, I see like all the whole school there at all these activities. I've never seen someone sitting around just hanging. No, I see everyone participating, and it's fun to see because a lot of times it's not all about academics, which is what we really need to look at. But it's about also those, what's the word? I just went blank. Remembering, just those recuerdos, as they say in Spanish, of when I was in high school. You know, when I was in high school, I did this. When I was in high school, I did that. I remember this. And you go back and you remember the memories of when you were in high school, and that's what you guys are doing. So I congratulate you for what you do every day. I know that Ramses is a senior this year. Are you all seniors? No?
Or juniors.
Juniors? Okay. So one more year to go. A lot of things to do. But the seniors, Ramses, and I forget your name, huh? Okay. And I'm sorry. But you guys have a lot to do, that's going to be happening as soon as you leave high school. But remember that everything you did in high school is going to help you academically when you go on to college, university, whatever you're going to do. So congratulations to you, Marcos, Mr. Reese, thank you. Mr. Neighbors, thank you. Now we know why you guys are a California Distinguished School. All right? Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. Bernice and then Bertha.
Incredible. I loved it. You guys are so awesome. All the activities that you guys did, and looking at everything that you guys have a lot of imagination. You guys are so creative, a lot of art in there. You guys are awesome. Thank you.
I agree with Board Member Sandoval. Very creative. The parking lot for the seniors, the senior jeans, the jean painting. I mean, that's awesome. What I admire is your school is a place where everyone is valued and everyone is celebrated. And I'll tell you one thing that Grand Terrace is not. You are not average. You strive for excellence, and it shows. So I really want to congratulate you on that. You have excellent programs. You have an excellent AVID engineering program, Link Crew. All those things come together to make Grand Terrace what it is, Grand Terrace High School what it is. As far as the Loteria, I wonder if anybody has done any research on how the history of Loteria, because it's been here forever. You know, now I'm thinking I'm going to go and research it myself, because you know, everybody, if you have not played Loteria, it's all about how you say the word. You know, you don't just say El Barril or La Sirena. You say El Barril, and everybody's looking at La Sirena, El Corazón, La Bandera. I mean, it's just it's got a certain tone that you have to have if you're going to be playing Loteria. So I just really congratulate you, and I can't wait to visit your school, and because you guys have so much fun. You're making a lot of fun. And, you know, in academics, it's still a highlight, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Bertha. Emphasis. We're going to emphasize those words. Pat?
Can I say
Oh,
one more?
okay, one more
Yes,
thing.
I'm sorry, Pat. I just wanted to highlight that Kalia, right? Kalia, Mr. Jimenez, that's her father right there. Stand up, Mr. Jimenez. Right there. And many, if you don't know, Mr. Jimenez went to Bloomington High, correct? You taught about Bloomington High. He went to Colton. Come on, say it, went to Colton. But you know, I saw Kalia when she was just a little girl too, a very little girl. And I had an opportunity to go to one of his parties out there one day, and I to see her running around and stuff. And you can see both dad and daughter. They're all very involved in their community. They're involved in the school. So I applaud you for that, Ms. Mija, for doing what you're doing. If you guys saw the video, she was Dorothy in the video. So thank you again for what you do. We appreciate you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Israel. Pat?
Mr. Neighbors, I want to congratulate you on getting soaking wet. I'm sure that water was ice cold. Oh, I will come and watch when you wet him. Okay, I'll even take pictures for you. I just want to congratulate you on everything you're doing over there, because there's a reason why you're a distinguished school. It's not just the academics, it's everything else put together. And it's very evident when you show us these videos. The multicultural event that you did, phenomenal idea to showcase, you know, the clothing and what other cultures wear and let them talk about that. I think that's a wonderful way to have inclusivity. So I think that was fabulous. And I want to just, I had something else, and now I forgot what I was going to say. I apologize. But I just want to thank you for your presentation. It was phenomenal. And again, thank you for inviting us to your homecoming. It was a great night.
Thank you, Pat. Okay. So one of the things that I want to note is the fact that when you have students that are excellent, like each and every one of you, there's always parents behind that. So are any parents here? And please stand. Let's give them a round of applause. I just want to say to each and every parent, thank you. Thank you for, first of all, raising your children, but also supporting them, because I truly believe education starts at home. And when you have that support and that guidance and that motivation, look at what we get. So just want to thank each parent that's here today. So thank you very much, and truly believe that. With that, what I'd like to do is have each and every one of you come and shake our hands, and then come around, and I want to take a picture with you so that we all could have a picture with you with the Board of Education. Mr. Neighbors could have one for either his office, one for the ASB room, and for you, get one for each one of you so that you could have it for your remembrance, and we can do it down here. We can shake. Okay, at this point in time, it's my pleasure to invite Principal Neighbors to do the folklorico presentation.
Right. Oh, there you go. It is my honor to introduce our folklorico dancers. The special part about these dancers is that they, as you saw in our club rush, they started a new club this year. And the special part about this club is that not only are they giving opportunity for students to dance, but they're teaching them how to do this wonderful dance. And they have over 30 members. And so when you see they're going out there, so let's give them a loud applause. And so it's been a wonderful addition to our school. So just introduce Marcus Woods, Ariana Villarreal, Denise Estrada, and Ramses Munoz.
Esa mi negra que la quiero ver aquí, con su rebozo de seda que le traje de Tepic. Cuando me traes a mi negra que la quiero ver aquí, con su rebozo de seda que le traje de Tepic.
festejar la fiesta del sol.
I'd say, wow, 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 wow. Excellent job. Excellent job. I like your enthusiasm. Cool down. Every time I hear both those songs, it reminds me of something. My grandfather, Jesus Ibarra, rode with Pancho Villa. He was 16 years old when he rode with him. And he would tell us stories. I was 4 or 5 years old when he would tell us these stories. But those two particular songs that you danced to were victory dances. Every time Pancho Villa, and I see you say yes, you know, they were victory dances. Every time they had a big victory. So, I mean, historic dances. Later on in my grandfather's life, he ended up being very good friends with Cesar Chavez. That's where I first met Cesar Chavez, when I was in kindergarten, because him and my grandfather would play harmonicas on my grandfather's porch together. He was just another friend of my grandfather's until one day I saw on a poster when I was in a school event. I go, I know that man. And all my friends said, no, you don't. I know that man. It was a picture of Cesar Chavez. Later to find out, after I talked to my dad about it, my grandfather led the boycott, great boycott in the county of San Bernardino for Cesar Chavez. So, once again, those songs popped up, both of them. Every time that they had a victory, those two particular songs were played. So I just want to commend you. It brings a lot of childhood memories to me, because we used to have the grandfather at the big backyard, kind of a ranchito, and we would have the music and those dances with those songs and people dancing. So you guys did an excellent job, and I'm just very, very impressed. Now, at this time, any board member would like to share any thoughts? It was awesome, wasn't it? Yes, Israel.
You made me yell. You made me go, ah! You guys did a great job. I've always been fond of the folklorico dancing. You guys know that I sing. I love to sing with mariachi. I love the mariachi music. I love all the folkloric style music. I've always been fond of it. And speaking of Cesar Chavez, my dad got to meet Cesar Chavez back in Coachella. And my dad said that he would show up with music. I don't know if it was the same music, but he would show up, and sometimes he'd have mariachi with them when they go out to the fields and speak to the people in the fields, and they would play these victory songs. Mm-hmm. And when my dad got to meet him, my dad was so busy working, he didn't realize that Cesar Chavez was the guy talking to him until he introduced himself. Cesar Chavez comes up to my dad and says, "Hola, mijo, ¿cómo estás? ¿Qué estás haciendo? What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm just working hard here and everything." "Oh, nice to meet you." And then he introduced himself. And that's when my dad turned around and looked. He saw this media out there. But there is history on that. Recently, I've been part of a cohort called Water Education for Latino Leaders. And the gentleman, the founder of this program, he used to walk with Cesar Chavez. And this cohort that I'm part of is based on civil rights. And Cesar Chavez was a big civil right guy. He wanted to make sure that everybody, especially the agriculture workers, all these people were taken care of. And yes, we talked about these songs, about being victory songs. And and as everybody watched them, they are dancing because there's victory in that music. The way the ladies are moving their clothing and the guys are moving their feet is because it's just like a victory. It's like when you see the Dodgers win and everybody does a little dance. This was a dance, just like Mr. Ibarra said, these are the dances that they created in saying, we won, we've done the victory, we did what we had to do. And so I'm sitting here and in my mind, if I could, I wanted to shed some tears because even today, when we do backyard parties, we play this. We play this music, right, Mr. Ibarra? We play this music in our backyard parties, and everybody just goes crazy. And they start yelling and everything. Why? Because there's victory in everything that we do. And today, you guys are the victory. You guys are the future of tomorrow, and I applaud you for doing what there is. This is something I'm hoping one day we'll have as performing arts in our schools. That'll be where you can get credit for it, and this is the start of that. So hopefully one day we will have that. It does take a little bit of work, a lot of work, I think, Dr. Peterson, to get something like this in there. But I know this is the beginning. When we have something like this, the beginning. And I know Ms. Bertha and I, we've been working on that and trying to get mariachi music in here and a mariachi group started. We've had norteña groups, young men and women that have gone to do amazing things. Folklorico is the key to our culture here in Mexico. Y que viva Mexico. Have a great one.
Thank you, Israel. Bertha.
Just one thing. In Colton, in this district, we celebrate diversity because we believe that every child that walks through our doors comes with gifts. They come with a gift from their home, and today you demonstrated your gift, one of many, but thank you. You were awesome, and I can't wait to see you dance again. Thank you.
By any chance, you have any of your parents here today to see? Please ask them to stand. And let's give them a round of applause as well. Thank you. Because I truly feel that the parents, and we truly feel that parents are the integral part in any child's life. And they design, they support, they motivate, they run around like a taxi to get their children to where they need to go. So, you know, most of us has done that, and I thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. With that, if there's no other comments, thank you very much. And we're going to go ahead and move right on. And if you need a moment, I know that some of you might have pressing homework to take care of. I'll take an old Ray Abril thing that he used to say. If you'd like to take a few minutes to step out before we start the meeting so you can get to your homework, you're going to say, yeah, right, Frank. You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move ahead. We do have item 3.2, which is the National School Lunch Week. And at this time, I'll ask our Assistant Superintendent, Ms. Peterson, to the podium, please.
Asked to present our next presenters tonight, but I didn't know I was going to have to follow the great students that we have. So I feel bad for our next presenter. So, but I think she has some great things to present tonight and a great presentation. So it is National School Lunch Week, and I'd like to introduce our Director of Nutrition Services, Casey Robertson, to present make her presentation.
I don't have dance, but I do have a team of fruits and veggies that are going to come join me up front. So. And I'd also like Farmer Anna to come on up too. So this is a part of the team that is truly fueling the futures here at Colton Joint USD. So thank you guys for being up here with me. So really quick, I just want to say good evening. Thank you, President Ibarra, board, Superintendent, Dr. Miranda, Executive Cabinet, and audience. Thank you all. And this is my first time doing a presentation. I'm trying to click it. What should I do? Oh, back.
Go back on the bottom.
Thank you. All right, so this is the overview. So we're going to be talking about National School Lunch Week facts, just very brief, talking about our 23-24 participation data, summer Farm to Summer Celebration Week, Crunch Day, and our CDFA Farm to School Incubator Grant. So National School Lunch Program was established in 1946. It has truly evolved over the decades. It's been here for nearly 8 decades. And in 1962, John F. Kennedy recognized this week because he wanted to put a focus and emphasis on the importance of nutrition in schools. So every day here at Colton Joint, we're actually working on increasing participation, supporting our students, and finding different ways to incorporate our community. So with this, I want to transition and talk about all the dynamic work our team did last year. So how many meals did CJUSD serve in 23-24? A lot. So we fed over 778,000 breakfasts, 2.3 million lunches, and 408,000 after-school meals. And the after-school meals are only being served currently right now at the elementary and middle schools, and we're slightly expanding on our high schools, which I'll touch on. So for our breakfast, our teams are getting out there this year. They're supporting our before school kids as they're rushing to class. They're making sure that they have access to meals on the go. So they don't have to go to the NPR and they don't have to go to the cafeteria anymore to necessarily get a breakfast at our high schools. We're trying to be of more convenience and service to our students by being out there and being engaged. And we've actually seen a big increase by that engagement piece. For lunch, we've actually went ahead and did some new menu items. One of the big ones that I'm really proud of is our new seasoned roasted chicken that's been on the menu effective 2 weeks ago, and it's going to continue to be on the menu through December at all of our school sites. And you can see here, you can't really see in the picture too much, but there's jicama, and it's paired with tahini, with a side of rice, a fresh nectarine, and some lettuce. So that's all of the items that our students have access to on one particular meal. And for our after-school expansion, I also wanted to share that Dr. Miranda, you shared at 75 meals, I want to say for August. We're up to 125 after-school meals at Grand Terrace High School. So we're looking at expanding that to our other high schools as well to help out with clubs, sports, and other programs that are happening after hours to ensure our students have access. Oh, and really quick, those are pictures also of our teams out there for breakfast, and one of the pictures with the 409 from Grand Terrace High School, that was one of their big achievement days for breakfast with the 409, and we actually played a song for it. So I'll transition over to our Farm to Summer Celebration Week. So this summer, we participated in the Farm to Summer Celebration Week. All of our summer school sites received fresh cherries, and we were actually selected by San Bernardino County to provide a mini farmer's market at one of our summer locations. So that's where we had partnered with Farmer Anna here, and they brought some good educational pieces to our students, showed them how quickly, basically our farmers are able to pull oranges off the trees, and did some other demos. So with that too, we also worked with the Dairy Council. So we had offerings at our Gonzalez Center with golden kiwi and cheese, and the students tried it together. Some really liked it, while some didn't. So we were able to solicit some feedback as far as the flavor profiles and get them to ask some good questions about what were they sensing? Were they sensing tangy, sour, sweet? So that kind of helps us out too in the nutrition world as far as what are our students tasting? How are they experiencing their food? And with that, yeah, we were awarded the One in a Million Award. Yes. So, so now we get to proudly display that little sticker wherever we go, and yeah, it's super exciting to be acknowledged by the CD. So we also participated in Crunch Day. We have Mr. Israel Fuentes participated with this over at Grimes Elementary School. We had song and dance. We had a lot of fun things happening there. So this is truly all of the schools, California participated in this, and we had 83 school districts across the state participate, and Grimes being one of those schools across the state. So that's pretty exciting too. Our neighboring school districts, Redlands and Rialto, also participated in it. So we were the little collective group that made a crunch that day. So, and with that, I am going to go ahead and play a fun video to showcase what that looked like. Is there volume? Thank you.
It's Crunch Day, everybody, so make sure to grab your favorite fruit or vegetable and take a big old crunch.
Big crunch. Crunch. Crunch.
Hi kids, make sure you eat your vegetables and fruit every day.
So that was Crunch Day. It was last week, 10/10. Thank you to our communications team for getting this video out to us. Appreciate you guys. So another big exciting thing that's happening is we were one of 499 applications that was selected out of the 195 within the state of California for the CDFA Farm to School Incubator Grant. So the California Department of Food and Agriculture, this is their third round cycle of grants, and we were selected to participate in that to bring nutrition education and farm education to our students. So we have $289,000 to be able to put into our elementary schools. So that was a part of the grant process as we identified the need at our elementaries to promote healthy eating, eco-literacy education, and we're just super excited to showcase that. And you can see in the pictures right here, that's what other students are able to experience in other districts, and we're going to bring that here. And right here, I have some fun pictures that is related to the Farm School Incubator Grant, and I'd like to formally introduce Farmer Anna from Old Grove Orange, who's going to be helping us out with all of this.
Thank you, Casey. Good evening, everybody. My name is Anna Nakamura Knight, and I am a fifth-generation farmer, an orange farmer, so I really appreciate Board Member Fuentes' outfit. Just 10 miles away from you all in Redlands. This photo is a photo of my great-grandfather, and like many people here in Colton, my family came to the Redlands area in the 1880s as pickers and packers of citrus. We have been farming ever since. This is my father's generation. This is baby Old Grove Orange. And this is Old Grove Orange today. My family's farm. We're on 80 acres growing citrus, mixed vegetables, organic blackberries for our schools in this area. And even though I'm the farmer here today before you all, Old Grove Orange is actually a collection, a collective of 25 farming families within 100 miles of your school districts who are growing the most nutritious, most delicious produce that your kids can get. Farmer Hoel is pictured here right in the middle with an orange picking bag. He manages a grove in Colton Joint Unified School District. And I share this just to say that we are farmers who are living in your community. Our kids go to your school districts, and your kids are eating their fruits and vegetables. On Monday, we picked Farmer Hoel's oranges. We washed them, sliced them, and delivered them to Joe Baca Middle School for your kiddos. And so this is just an incredible 24-hour turnaround. This one. And it's not possible without the support you've shown your Child Nutrition Services Department. Nobody more than the families of Colton understands just how much your landscape has changed in the last several years. What used to be acres and acres of orange grove gave way to residential development, and in more recent years, commercial warehouses. And I'm gonna be totally honest with you. As a farmer, I would make way more money selling my farm to a development project than I will ever make in a lifetime of farming. And I want to tell you a little bit about why that is. When you buy an orange from a mainline vendor, or if you are just shopping for your family, it starts with me, the grower. But we need a packing house to send a pick team who will come pick that grove. They'll send it to their packing house where they have equipment lines to wash, to wax, to grade, spray fungicides on those cartons that they go into. They need to pay for a marketing team that's going to sell the biggest, most beautiful fruit to Asia and the small, kind of uglier fruit to juicers. They have to pay for distribution from point A to point B, and a network of cashiers and clerks who are actually going to ring you up. I brought with me a vintage orange crate, and some of you might recognize that if you grew up in this area. It fits 50 pounds of oranges, and if you were to pay for that in the supermarket, you would pay $70. As a farmer, I would receive just $1. Just one. And that's because there are those pickers and those packers and there's marketers and the distributors, and there's so many people in that chain that we can't support the farmer themselves. But farm to school is a little bit different. So is an Old Grove orange. When we do farm to school, it's just the farmer and Miss Casey and her team. We pick one day, pack that afternoon, and I deliver it in a reefer box truck the very next day. Casey, for that same 50 pounds of oranges, pays $35. We keep as farmers 16. That's $1 versus 16. This is not a two-fold difference, a five-fold difference, a 10-fold difference. This is a 16-fold difference that makes it possible for small farmers to farm forever. Farm to School put me through college. It's what supports our farm worker families, and it's what makes it possible to keep small farms in our communities. The Great Boycott, Cesar Chavez, the history and the rich agricultural tradition we still have here in SoCal is not a thing of the past, and it's something that this board is supporting through Casey and her team. So thank you so much, because truly, we would not have these last small farms without the valuable partnership of your school district, okay? I want to tip my hat to Eric and to Mindy and to Victor. We tried for 10 years to get local produce into your schools, but the unique nature of your infrastructure made that really difficult. Eric and his team got that up the ground, but Casey has come in and doubled what she's getting from local producers. She has made local procurement the foundation and the cornerstone of your school lunch program. And you guys spent more than $90,000 with local farmers last school year. This is really the difference of having a local farm in your community or losing that farm to a warehouse forever. We're expanding on our partnership with that grant that Ms. Casey mentioned. We're going to be going into all of your elementary schools to paint a picture of our farm, to talk about the nutritional superpowers of fruits and vegetables, and to have an opportunity for your kids to shop for those powers and take them home. And the next school year, they're actually going to come out to our farm to experience it for themselves. So thank you for being such a powerful and profound supporter of local farms and local businesses right here in your community.
I do want to, thank you, invite you all, the board, to our professional development day that we're having on December 13th. I'll be sending a formal invite, but we've invited all of our team at Nutrition Services to participate in a professional development day where we'll learn what our students will be learning next school year. Yeah, and Wanted to close out with this quote is, "To eat is a necessity, but to eat intelligently is an art," and that's from Francois, who is a 17th century French author. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Casey, and thank you, Anna, and our host of fruits and vegetables for your presentation. It was excellent. And as Anna was talking about the prices of fruit, one of the things that my dad liked to do to just kind of keep a young guy like me in line, he would take me to go pick strawberries. So I remember the first time I did that, take this bushel after bending down, picking up, bending down, picking up, taking the bushel, and the guy says, "Here's your 25 cents. And I go, 25 cents? And of course, that's going way back when I was middle school, when I was trying to get a little cocky about a lot of things. But that's the way my dad kept me in line. So it's true. But what I want to say to you, Anna, first, thank you. Thank you for continuing to try with our district and bringing these opportunities to our district, to our students, because there's nothing like healthy eating, particularly in today's world, where you hear all these different things. You hear diabetes, you hear obesity, you hear all this. And to teach our students how to eat properly, it starts with what's natural to our bodies. And what's more natural to our bodies other than water? It's fruit and vegetables. So, I just want to say thank you. We as a board continue to support the efforts that you're making, Casey, that your staff is making, and we love, and that's one of the things that I like about the board, because we've talked about it. We love to support local businesses, and we want to make sure that our community thrives, because when it does, our district thrives and our students thrive. So thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Pat?
Yeah. I want to thank you for your presentation, and I want to thank you for all that you do, but especially, you didn't dance, but that's okay, because you gave such an impactful presentation, and it just, as a board member, it makes me proud to be sitting up here and to have a program like this where we're impacting kids. Many of the students that come to our schools, this is the only time that they are able to get fresh fruits and vegetables. I mean, it's sad, but this is the students that we serve. And so for you to offer that to them, and then now with the after school, some of the after school starting, this is going to make such an impact on their lives. And then by next year, teaching them about how to eat and the right things. I can just see this expanding and them going home and telling their parents all about it. And that just makes my heart happy. So I just want to thank you.
Bertha?
Anna, thank you for your inspirational words. It was amazing. Thank you so much. And also for Casey, congratulations on your recognition. And it was long overdue. And I'm very proud of what you've accomplished. Again, nutrition services. I'll tell you one thing: you are not average. You are exemplary. So thank you for your hard work. It's really appreciated, and we see that. To the orange, the corn, the strawberry, the carrot, and who did I miss? Corn, the watermelon. Okay, are you sure you don't dance? Because you guys would fit right here. There's a whole dance floor here. But no, thank you so much for your hard work. I have to tell you a little story. When I was a principal at Zimmerman, one time we were very short-staffed with serving lunches, and so as a principal, I wanted to help, and I stepped in and I put my gloves on, and I was, kind of helping. And a little second grader looked up at me and he says, Mrs. Flores, you're working today? And and the ladies just laugh because, they probably think I just walk around and, but yeah, you do the hard work. And I'm always, for years, I've been amazed at how you can feed so many kids in such a short time. So thank you so much for excelling. Yeah.
Thank you, Bertha. Dan?
Again, an incredible program. It's changed so much over the years. The National School Lunch Act was founded in 1946, and it was largely founded as a social service program, and really was that going well into the 80s, 90s, and even early 2000s. It was seen as a way to provide food to families, children, whose families were considered low income, and as was I. But with that, and I certainly experienced this, and let's be honest, many of us probably did, there was a perceived stigma around who school lunches were for. And what I've seen, just in the time that I've been on the board, and it's been a little over 10 years, we have transformed and changed that whole perception about our meal program. It's really about health and nutrition, it's about providing good food, and it's for everyone. And that stigma, I can say this with confidence, is gone, because when you go to our school sites, whether it's high school like Colton High School, and you see literally hundreds of kids making their way through the cafeteria to get the food, everybody participates, everybody enjoys, everybody finds something that they like, and it really is about bringing everyone together and not necessarily parceling out, say, okay, this is for you, things that we probably experienced even just a generation ago. So I'm so excited that we're continuing that trend, and now to hear that we're having not only an impact on their health, but a social impact, a social and economic impact. What a lesson to teach our children and the next generation, that you can do well by doing good and do good by doing well. So I'm incredibly excited to hear about this program and to hear it grow. And the impact on the children and the families cannot be overstated. For many of our kids, this is the most nutritious meal they'll get, and in some cases the only meal. And I know that because I run a soup kitchen, and I can tell you that during the summer break or winter break in a neighboring district, when the children don't have school to go to, they come to our soup kitchen for lunch. And sometimes they come alone without their parents, because this is the place mom and dad are working, and this is where we know we can get something to eat. So it is so critical. And again, we do lots of things like provide food after school. We stay open over the summer, our summer feeding program, and it is vital to their health and their growth and development. So thank you all, and I think it's fantastic.
Thank you, Dan. And just one last thing. The work that you do is so vital and so important. And I just want to let all of you know, everybody know, that the Board of Education, our superintendent, we recognize that. And the idea of the fact that now we're going to take it to all our schools, we're going to spread, you have our support. And with that, just let us know how we can support you with this. So please, because this is so important to share all this with everybody. So, and I think I have Israel who wants to say something back there. I see him waving. Oh, he's hot.
I'm a little hot, but that'll work. Just wanted to say thank you also to Nutrition Services for what they do. It's amazing to see when the kids get excited about fruits and vegetables. I spent most of the morning and evening at Grimes, and we were dancing and we were talking. I even changed the lyrics to Los Pollitos Dicen to make it sense for them to eat and crunch the vegetables. And for the older kids, we did the veggie dance. So the veggie dance was an awesome thing. The kids knew the lyrics to that, and they were grabbing their fruit and they were grabbing vegetables. They also set baskets on the table with apples and carrots and fruit, bananas. and the kids were just, if they brought their lunch, they were grabbing fruit from there, and they were into it. And I think the impact that our nutrition service is doing for these kids to remember that fruit and vegetables are good for them. I asked many questions. What are carrots good for? They knew that it was good for their eyes. What are apples good for my growth, for me to grow? So they're making an impact, and I really, really appreciate Casey and her team, everyone, Victor, for what they do. And I'm just glad to be a little part of that, giving me the opportunity to be able to go out there and dance with the kids and have fun with the kids and promote nutrition with them also. So thank you very much. Thank you, team.
Thank you, Israel. And once again, to the team, the message that we sent to our students, to our staff, to our community, when we have programs and we offer these type of activities, what we did was incredible during the fires, and what we did when COVID hit was incredible. And one of the things that it shows is that our district, we care about our community, we care about our students, and this is just one of the many ways that we show it here at Cone Joint Unified School District. So thank you very much. 2 thumbs up. Thank you, Casey, for your report. Okay, we're going to move right along. We're going to take a look at our 4.1, which is our public comment. Board bylaws 9323 states that individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda and non-agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 15 minutes. With the board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. First card, Jesus Villarreal. Okay, we didn't get that. Next card, Lisa Villa.
Testing. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lisa Villa, and I reside in Colton. I did have a comment to make in regards to the comments the board president just made. He stated that the education starts at home, but not every student is fortunate to have a loving, supportive home. Like these kids that came here today. There are kids that don't have that home. They matter too. I cannot keep up with the back topics that I have always wanted to bring up, but I couldn't bring up before as an employee, because we all know how I am retaliated against for speaking up. But current continuous negative events continue to happen. I couldn't openly and freely live my Colton life and help our community as an employee because I was constantly harassed. And now that I am no longer employed with this Colton School District, I'm still trying to help my community. And you seem to praise people who are involved and help the communities and accept me, because you are continually allowing me to be disrespected time and time again, even as a non-employee. But I will talk about that situation in detail another time. I wanted to talk about the fact that there was a temporary supervisor security position open recently. And my coworker, who is a retired captain of the Sheriff's Department, applied for that job. He is more than qualified than all of us put together. and for them to hire someone who is going to be out for significant amounts of time, and he rightfully has that right. But it makes no sense at all to leave Colton High and the Colton area without a security supervisor for weeks at a time because of the irresponsible decisions that are constantly being made by Mr. John Sachs. I don't understand why you would not hire the most qualified person. No disrespect intended towards the person that was hired. But my point is the district allows these irresponsible decisions. You yourself said that my coworker was the best. And one of you even stated that he will always be your sergeant. There is no Colton area supervisor at this time because he is out. So I am sure the other supervisors have to be spread thin to cover the absent area when there was somebody right in front of our eyes to be present every single day. I think my coworker wasn't hired for that position in the security department because transparency is not welcomed in the Colton School District. This is one reason why I want to become a board member, so that I can inform you on what's really going on in this district, because you do not listen to me as an employee, as a parent, or as a community member. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Villa. Matthew Hernandez.
Excuse me. Good morning, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, Board President Ibarra, board members. I am Matthew Hernandez, and I am the event chairman for the Relay for Life Colton Grand Terrace Cancer Walk that is held each year in Colton, California. I'm sorry, in the city of Colton. It is that time of year, and I'm excited to be here to announce our Relay for Life event. First and foremost, thank you to board members and district staff for not only approving our request to hold our event on school property, but for the hard work that is put into getting the requests like this approved, and for your continued support and dedication that you all give to us each year, and for being part of the fight against cancer. We greatly appreciate you all. Our relay event will be held at Colton High School Football Stadium on Saturday, October 26th. Our event is a 12-hour event, kicking off with our opening ceremony starting at 9 a.m., followed by our first lap dedicated to our survivors and caregivers. The day is filled with games, food, raffles, music, short ceremonies, and most of all, individuals walking the track every minute of every hour, as cancer never stops, and neither do we. At this time, I would like to formally invite you all not only to come out to our event throughout the day, but to join us for our opening ceremonies activities. Our relay committee has been planning this event all year long and is excited to see that it's just around the corner. I thank you for this opportunity to speak and the relationship that has been established between our relay staff and the district over the years. I look forward to seeing you all on Saturday, October 26th. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. And as we all know, Relay for Life has been going on for several years here at Colton Joint Unified, very successfully. So I just want to say thank you for heading it up and coming in and letting us know about the dates and so forth. Thank you. Beatrice Garcia. Good evening.
17 days that you guys have denied FAPE and have denied my daughter access and protected her under the IDEA Act of, for disability, students with a disability. On October the 3rd, I came before you and I warned you about the potential retaliation against my child's education. Sadly, my prediction came true. On Monday, October 7th, Mr. Pearson halted my daughter's IEP meeting, an essential part of her educational plan under IDEA. I warned you guys. I told you guys this was gonna happen, and he sure did do exactly what I said he was gonna do. This was the third meeting in order for us to close her IEP, and he stopped the IEP. He didn't allow it to continue. He basically stated, "I'm frustrated with you, I'm stopping the meeting." It's all recorded. All of my IEP meetings have been recorded. I attended with my daughter the day that we came here on October the day for her to be able to share her story with you guys. Because of the constant bullying and harassment that she's endured, it made it too overwhelming for her to be able to share that story with you guys. Despite this, I have continually emailed, called, and stood here asking for your help in addressing these issues. My daughter has been going without education for 17 days now. Yet my child's rights to receive FAPE under the IDEA is still being denied. I am the parent who dedicates time to protect my child, and I understand the importance of being actively involved in her academic journey. You as a district advocate for parental participation, so why is my daughter facing retaliation and harassment by Mr. Pearson and the rest of your staff, simply because we are asking for the services and support she is entitled to by law? The funds used for her education aren't your personal funds. They are not coming out of your guys' pockets. They are public funds, the same funds that pay your wages. As a parent, I will not stop until justice is served and my daughter receives the fair, appropriate education she deserves. I want my daughter to partake of every possibility, everything that she can under your guys' education. I will leave this for you guys to think about.
Good in class. You didn't tell Mr. J you were going through that.
I did. I did once. I did once. And not one singular time he didn't tell about the officer.
He didn't?
Yes, I always just keep it in.
Because he didn't believe you, or?
He didn't. Because I always wear a mask against me.
She masked all the bullying. She masked everything that was going on. No matter how many complaints we submitted, they were all denied, and we received a response of lack of evidence. My daughter's autistic. She can barely defend herself. You saw her the day she came here. She can barely share the story. After being bullied in the playground in front of all the students, how did you guys expect her to go run to the office and ask for help? She's autistic. She couldn't do that. And yet again, I will remind you, 17 days and counting, that she's not receiving proper education. And it's a law for her to receive that.
Thank you, Mrs. Garcia. Denise Lasima. Okay, we've done everything we could.
My name is Denise Lizama. I am a teacher here at our district. On February 14th, I filed a complaint to the district and to the Department of Justice, the DOJ, as well as to the ACE president as of that date. The DOJ did come into our district in May and found that our district is still having areas in which they need to improve. Unfortunately, because of that complaint, I have been harassed and retaliated against by different administrators as well as union representatives and officers. I have let some of you know, as well as different levels of administration. I was told over the summer that I would get responses and have yet to get any of those. I understand that people are not happy with the changes that have had to be implemented by the DOJ. But these are changes that are necessary for the benefit of our students, as without outside agencies intervening, nothing changes. I ask you, members of the board, our superintendent, and anyone else present here for help in that we have a true uniform complaint procedure that is looked into objectively and unbiased and not swept under the rug or sabotaged. As of late, my teaching has been affected, mainly because of technology issues. That has been a major issue. Not allowing me to teach adequately. I am just asking to be allowed to do my job without retaliation and any harassment. Mr. Superintendent Miranda, I can still email you if that's what you would like, as you asked me to do at the beginning of the meeting. But I just, like I said, I ask for everyone's help into just being able to do my job without any discrimination, without any retaliation or harassment for speaking out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lizima. Okay. Any other cards, Joanne? Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we're going to move right into 5.0, which is 5.1, Footsteps to Freedom presentation, and I'd like to ask Dr. Peterson to the podium, please.
Thank you, Board President Ibarra. It is my pleasure tonight to do the introduction for our last presentation tonight, and Mr. Flores, sorry. Back in June, when Director Murphy and I presented the LCAP to you, you talked about wanting to hear from people and see people as a result of that. And so 2 weeks ago, we brought our students here that completed internships through our CTE program. Tonight, we are bringing a group here to talk about our Footsteps to Freedom tour that they went on. And so I just wanted to talk about that fact before I introduce them, that these are the things that we are able to do because of the LCAP, and thank the board for their support each year when they do that, because it allows us to do some pretty spectacular things in our district. And so without further ado, I would like to introduce our equity coordinator, Dr. Nairi Clark, to make the presentation tonight.
Thank you. Let's see. Oh, clicker. All right, so good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. In June of 2024, CJUSD District APAC and leadership was provided the opportunity to attend the Footsteps to Freedom Historical Empathy Tour. Where's the sweet spot? There we go. So what is it, you may be wondering? Footsteps to Freedom Underground Railroad Historical Empathy Tour is a unique study of the Underground Railroad, one of America's most significant freedom movements. It starts in Columbus, Ohio, and travels all the way to Harriet Tubman's gravesite in Ontario, Canada. The tour is transformative. It's a transformative learning opportunity that is led by experienced conductors and subject matter experts like Mr. Hardy Brown and Dr. Daniel Walker. On the next slide, I will show a sneak peek of some of the activities we engaged in without giving away too much of what happens on the tour. This year, CJUSD will pilot a culturally responsive writing series that aligns with the California state standards and the themes of the Footsteps to Freedom tour. On the next slide, I want you to see one of the opportunities we had, which was to provide a meet and greet of Hardy Brown with Christina Supe, who is our writing coach and our consultant that's going to lead us through that writing series. makes that meet and greet special is Hardy Brown actually brought in a lot of primary resources for our teachers and our community to actually touch. So you'll notice that we have 10 elementary teachers, 5th grade teachers, 6 8th grade teachers, and some of them are RSP and some of them are SDC teachers that are actually going to pilot this year-long writing series. What makes it special as well is, though we're going to use our trainer of trainer models, we're going to have these 16 teachers are actually going to be the ones getting the information. The writing coach is allowing all 5th grade students in the whole school district and all 8th grade students in the whole school district access to the digital platform. So we will be able to have even more students and teachers be able to participate. And at the end of the year, at the end of the school year in 2025, these people, these educators will be able to attend that trip and get that realia and experience that field trip for themselves. So at this time, we'd like to share our personal reflections and experiences from this trip with our committee that went. Want to start? Yes, someone else can start.
Good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. I wanted to share a lot, but I'll keep it short and sweet. And I usually don't write it out, but I did this time. First, I want to express my gratitude for the opportunity to be part of the transformational change in our district. Footsteps to Freedom was profoundly a stimulating experience filled with emotional highs and lows that challenged my views on humanity. It reminds me of our current situation. Despite having education codes and laws aimed at promoting equity and inclusion, we still face challenges in delivering these ideals effectively. Footsteps to Freedom instilled in me to continue to advocate for those who cannot and to always reflect on my why. Thank you.
Good evening, all. Like Mrs. Fryho, I had to write mine down because this experience was so emotional. Footsteps of Freedom Underground Railroad 8-day study tour offered me a transformational educational experience that has empowered me in my professional and personal life. As an educator and a site principal, this experience has filled me with new learnings and connections to my prior learnings. It exposed me to primary sources and historical artifacts which I've never viewed and seen and heard of, and has completely moved my soul. It demonstrated how imperative it is to acknowledge and grow from history collectively and the importance of being exposed to the richness of the history for all humankind. These people from the past have had shown a sense of resilience and confidence like no other. Through it all, it encouraged a sense of community among all participants, being that they were risking their lives for freedom and the betterment of all. I knew I had the spirit of perseverance to overcome challenges and success and opportunities before, but this has pushed me to a new level. It was an invaluable opportunity for me. Footsteps to Freedom is a powerful catalyst for change that is positively impacting lives and inspiring future success. It left my cup filled with ingredients needed to feed my soul to remember to be the change that I want to see. My hope is for all to be able to have this experience, understanding a connection of love, peace, joy, and empathy for all. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, members of the audience, and audience on the for listening. As educators, we know a very effective way to engage students is to provide hands-on learning experiences. As adults, we also gain a deeper understanding of concepts when allowed to actively participate in the learning process. Footsteps to Freedom is the most immersive professional development I have ever had the opportunity to experience. It was an 8-day, very, very fast-paced history lesson that followed the path of freedom seekers, and I will never use the term runaway slave again, along the Underground Railroad. Not only is it a life-changing experience, it is an exposure to a wealth of knowledge from a panel of premier experts and historical scholars. I'm eternally grateful to this board that I was provided this opportunity and would advocate for other educators in our district to be also afforded the same opportunity. I just wanted to share a short anecdote from the trip. I don't exactly remember what state we were in. I believe it was in Michigan, Detroit. But we were on the bus, and we had just come from an event, and there was a center median, and there were some young African-American males with a cooler selling water to drivers going by, since it was a very hot day. Seeing these young men, who couldn't have been more than junior high age, two of our facilitators, Mr. Hardy Brown, Dr. Walker, there was another gentleman on the bus, and our very own board member, Mr. Flores, they got off the bus and approached these young men. I am sure between the four of them, they retired the boys for the day, giving them well beyond what they were asking for and still leaving them with their ice chests of waters. But more importantly, even though I couldn't hear anything that was said, it was very obvious that there was some mentoring and some encouragement to these young men. The four gentlemen shook their hands and came back on the bus. And then those young boys took their waters and they left smiling and excited. And at that moment, I was very proud to be a member of our district. And to me, it was a true example of leadership. And I just wanted to personally thank Mr. Flores for modeling what it looks like to care about kids, not only in our district, but across the country. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Again, what I took from this experience, and like my colleagues who went the academic route, is the experience, the out-of-body experience that I encountered. I think there was one activity where they allow us, if we wanted to put the chain or the necklace on our necks for us to kind of feel what it was be like to be alive at that time. Again, two things could have happened. I could have taken it and allowed it to anger me, but when I came back from the out-of-body experience, I looked around and I saw people of different faces, of different colors, different background. And as if you know me, I'm always smiling. You know, I just went back to realize, you know what, the future is bright. It's our job to continue to leave the door open. I took this experience more as for us to continue to be gatekeepers, because somebody before us built the gate. So now it's our job to make sure that we leave the gate open and be a shining light for those who are coming after us. Again, we are so grateful for the opportunity that was given to us, and it's really mesmerizing. The best part was to be able to hang out with, and I'm not gonna say fools because I don't sound educational, but to hang out with these wonderful people, and just the nightcap and the long bus ride, and it went by so fast. Even though we were on the road for 8 days and very little sleep, we just found a way to take the information that was given to us and make good of it. And we promised Dr. Walker and Mr. Brown that we're gonna not only reflect on the experience and for us to figure out what we're gonna do to add on a positive contribution so that way those who come after us can go even further than wherever we land when our time comes. Thank you again.
Good evening, everyone. I will have to say that this trip was the most amazing trip that I've ever been on. If you allow yourself to open your mind and open your heart, you can learn from a lot of things that you participate in, you go through. It was a struggle because there was stuff that I was going through at the time, but I learned so much. I learned that there's history that we read about, but when you get to walk it and experience it and to see it for yourself, it means so much more. And the one thing that I learned is that because of them, I can. I stand on the shoulders of giants. And the most important part is they paved the way for me so I could pave the way for others. I look at individuals as an abstract, because there's so much that comes to us, or there's so much about us that we really don't know. And some people just stop there and say, it's a beautiful abstract. But I encourage us and I challenge each and every one of us to get to know the person as a portrait. Because once you get to know the portrait, you know the individual. When we were on that trip, there was this sign at John Proctor's school, and it was said, free to read. And as you're listening to all the stuff, as you're going through and you're seeing what the slaves had to endure, following in their footsteps, it made me just realize we take so much for granted, and it's time that we stop. It has helped me to realize that I have a platform that I need to use, and just as they paved the way for me, I'm going to make sure I pave the way for others. So I thank you for the opportunity to go. It was amazing. If you get to go, or whoever gets to go next, I just tell you to open your heart and open your mind, because it is something that is worth learning, and you can learn so much more to be a service to all mankind. Thank you.
And before we have you go, Mr. Flores, I'd just like to add that one of the most impactful parts of the trip for me was community. You were on that trip, you were on that bus. There's 2 buses, there's 100 people that are with you, and these are people that are not just from your school district, they're from neighboring school districts. So you have Rialto, you have Fontana, you have Moreno Valley, you have who else was there? San Bernardino, yes. You have the county. So in that space, and you are going through those hills and valleys all together, and it just bonds you in a different way. Coming back from that trip, these are people that are still in contact, checking in with you, checking to see how you're doing, empowering you through the people that you service. So that sense of community was something that was unexpected. I knew I'd grow with my people, but to grow with other people, I wasn't expecting it to be that deep with that. And then Mr. Flores, would you like to add as well?
Well, thank you for putting this presentation together. You know, I have to be honest, the photos are bringing back a flood of memories, some of which I'm thinking, gosh, I don't even remember doing that. We did so much in an 8-day trip. It was, and of course, first of all, you know, hearing, okay, 8 days on a bus, not an easy trip. It was physically demanding. I mean, we started 8 o'clock in the morning, and we would go till 8 and 9 o'clock at night. And, you know, Hardy, I think you're listening at home. I don't know where you get the energy, but he was leading the charge, and he was the first one up on the bus the next morning. But it was, I knew it was going to be educational. I didn't expect it to be so transformational. And everything that was shared with respect to the experiences of seeing firsthand, not only the places, but hearing from the people. One of the facilitators, Kenny Morris, I want to get this right, he is the great-great-great-grandson of Frederick Douglass and the great-great-grandson of Booker T. Washington. Imagine carrying that legacy with you. And he led much of the trip and shared with us insights of not only what we know and what we read about, but the experiences and the stories that really only come through generational storytelling. And it was such an incredible experience because, yes, we learned about and saw firsthand, but we also felt. I mean, you really felt the experiences and began to understand what it was like. That journey from Africa to North America and what caused that, and then the experiences that the slaves went through while really and they were all freedom seekers, let's be honest. Some of them just had the opportunity or the courage to go and do something about it, but every single slave was a freedom seeker. They wanted and craved and yearned for the freedom that others had. But it didn't stop there. It talked about the black experience in America, and yes, even after emancipation and the abolishing slavery, it didn't end. We had Jim Crow laws, we had discrimination institutionalized throughout. And that legacy, first of all, it's a part of our history. We have to accept it. And it still shapes who we are as a country today. It does. Listen to the political rhetoric that goes on. Listen to those who don't want us to talk about it, don't want it in our schools, think that that's something that stays in the past and really isn't important. This experience will show each and every one that participates why it is so important to keep these stories alive and to tell them, because they continue to shape all of us. And I think what was so challenging and really so transformational is built into this program is not just learning, but there's opportunities where we reflect on our own stories, on our own journey. And we've talked about experiences here, whether it's picking in the fields, right? In my family, like many of us, we wouldn't be here if not for those economic agricultural elements. If not for World War II, my grandfather wouldn't have come over as part of a bracero program to say, I'm going to start new in a new country with nothing. And it's an opportunity to reflect and understand where we come from and how our stories intersect, and how they're unique. But really, empathy is the key. Learning to really listen and empathize, not just sympathize and say, okay, yeah, that sounds really tough, but to feel with someone the experiences. So again, I could go on and on, I'm sure we all could. I would never hesitate to support investing, and we are investing heavily into this program, and I hope it's a multi-year. And one thing I will say is this is not just for traditional teachers or educators. This is really for anyone in the district that interacts with students, with families, or with the public. And we saw in other districts, I met a young lady who was a translator at Fontana Unified, and I think some folks would think, why would you send a translator? Imagine the role that she plays in communicating to a parent who doesn't understand what's going on. And it could be whether it's an IEP meeting or a meeting with a teacher, but they're the key, they're the linchpin to the understanding that parents are going to have about their educational journey of their child. Translators play a huge role, whether they can empathize, whether they can connect, whether there's cultural competency there. So there are so many other roles and positions. There was one suggestion, what about our nutrition department? Look at the role that they play in the health and growth and development of our kids. So this will be, I know, an experience that's going to be opened up to more than just our educators per se. It's everybody that plays a role in shaping the students in our district. So thank you again for making this happen. I think we're forever changed and part of a club, if you will, that we'll be proud to be part of and share those experiences for years to come. So thank you.
There we go. Okay. So lastly, we would like to thank you for allowing us the opportunity to bring this experience to our CJUSD Learning community. We look forward to more CJUSD leaders supporting us on this tour. As Harriet Tubman stated, every great dream begins with a dreamer. And this opportunity allows our students to become dreamers about the greatness that can come from adversity. Thank you.
First of all, I just want to start off by saying thank you to all of you for sharing. Dan, greatly, really well said, from all of you. I think when you go through an experience like this and you go in a group, I mean, you have this special, you develop this special bond amongst each other, and I think that's what you were talking about, which makes it not only extra special, but opens your mind to how the perspective of how other people think, too. And I'm sure that during the whole tour, you all shared a lot with each other, and that just increased the learning of everything that you went through. But most of all, I just want to say thank you to each one of you for bringing this to the board, sharing, and it's an incredible opportunity. I'm hoping that in the years to come, I get this opportunity to go as well. I would love to be able to experience this. And that we as a board, as a district, continue to support our employees to take this tour because, like you said, it could be life-changing almost to that point. So thank you very much. Any other board members would like to make a comment, please? Yes, Israel.
First of all, thank you for sharing your testimonies. I could feel the impact that each and every one of you had. Yeah, I can feel it here when Dan was sharing also. It's amazing. It's amazing to see the opportunity you had to see it firsthand. 8 days on a bus. Wow. But you know something? I'm glad that you did that. And I'm hoping to do also one day be able to go on that tour, because I think we all need to understand what happened, understand what the truth is, because a lot of time people say things and it's not the truth. And when we know about the truth makes a difference. It makes a difference in everyone when we find out what really happened. And I applaud Dan and the gentleman and Hardy for getting out there and talking to those young men and mentoring them on that moment. Because a lot of times young men like that don't have that opportunity to have a mentor to say, hey, keep doing what you're doing, but remember, do this. And thank you, Dan. Thank you, Hardy. And I don't know who else was out there. And but thank you for sharing your testimonies. I appreciate that. I felt that. I'm one of those guys that's a teary guy. I'm very emotional, and I appreciate you for what you guys did and what you have shared with us. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. The presentation was great, but your testimonies were very impactful, and they all came from the heart. And the way you felt when you were on this tour came through. And I think I agree with my colleagues that this is something more people need to experience, because if you do, you know, all of us in our lives are all different. We all go through different things. We see different things. And we say that, you know, we care about equity, and this is, you know, what we're fighting for, and equality. But this is really what needs to be, something like this has to be the catalyst. Because we've all been through being, you know, at some point being bullied or talked to, but this is what makes you really understand what those are, you know, those impacts. So I want to thank you for your presentation. I want to thank you for, you know, all of us sitting here. You know, we've heard the stories. You know, in school we read about Harriet Tubman, and we learned that lesson. But did we learn the lesson? You know, no, probably not, because we're still going through many of those same issues now. So I thank you for the candor in what you spoke, how you spoke, of how it impacted you, because this is how we all need to be impacted for there to be change. So thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Anybody on my right side? No? No? Okay. Well, thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. All right. We're right into action items. Items 6.1 through 6.4. We will pull 6.2 and 6.6 for separate consideration. So at the time, I'm looking for a motion to approve items 6.1 through 6.41 with the exception of 6.2 and 6.6.
I'll move that.
Okay, thank you, Israel. Do I get a second? Okay, thank you, Pat. Okay, I have a motion by Board Member Israel Fuentes and second by Board Member Pat Harrow to approve action items 6.1 through 6.41 with the exception of 6.2 and 6.6. Are there any questions, comments, or concerns on any of these items? If not, let's go for the vote. All those in favor indicate by stating aye. Aye. Anyone oppose? Anyone abstain? Okay. On a motion by Israel Fuentes and second by Pat Harrell and carried on a 6-0 vote with Joanne Thorin Ojeda absent, the board approved items 6.1 through 6.41 with the exception of 6.2 and 6.6. And I just want to mention that 6.3, we have, it's November coming up, Honorary Veterans Month. And we do have on 6.4, National Native American Heritage Month, also for the month of November. And last weeks of October are Red Ribbon Week. So just want to add that we approved. So let's take a look at action item 6.2, which is the adoption of resolution number 2534 on board compensation for missing meeting and for board member Sandoval.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have Dan Flores and Pat Harrell. So I have a motion by Board Member Dan Flores, second by Board Member Pat Harrell to approve action items 6.2. All those in favor indicate by stating aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? Okay. So on a motion by Dan Flores, second by Pat Harrell, and carried on a 5-0-1 vote with the abstention, Ms. Sandoval, and with Board Member Joanne Thorin Ojeda absent, the board approves action item 6.2. And with Board Member Sandoval abstaining. Okay. Action item 6.6, which is the approval of the third amendment to employment agreement between the superintendent and the Cone Joint Unified School District. Francisco Miranda, Dr. Frank Miranda. Okay, that's what it says.
So that's right.
Francisco. All right, you see? You know, with emphasis, Bertha. Con emphasis, okay? Okay, superintendent. Term, July 1st through July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2027. Annual salary, $317,213 per year pursuant to the attached salary schedule annual increase of 2.5% per year. Annual work year, 224 days. Vehicle, district provides vehicle for superintendent's use. Health insurance, the same medical and dental health insurance benefits offered to other certificated management employees. Sick leave, 14 days per year. Life insurance, term life policy in the amount of $250,000. Retiree health benefits, due to the length of the superintendent's service with the district, the superintendent is vested in the district's retiree health benefit program. Effective July 1st, 2023, the board agrees to make matching contributions annually up to 5% of the superintendent's annual salary to the superintendent's 403B tax shelter annuity, TSA, plan of his choosing. The matching contribution shall not be deemed to be credible compensation for retirement purposes. Okay? So, looking for a motion on 6.6. Okay, so I have Israel Fuentes and Bertha Flores. Okay, I have a motion by Israel Fuentes, second by Board Member Bertha Flores, to approve the third amendment to the employment agreement for the superintendent as presented. Joanne, roll call, please.
Mrs. Flores?
Yes.
Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mrs. Sandoval?
Yes.
Mr. Flores? Mrs. Haro? Mr. Ibarra?
Yes. Okay, on a motion by Board Member Israel Fuentes and Board Member Bertha Flores, and carried on a 5-1 vote, the one vote, Ms. Haro. The board approved the third amendment of the employment agreement for the superintendent as presented, and make note that Joanne Thorin Ojeda was not present. Okay, thank you, everybody. Administrative reports. We do have item 7.1, approval of disbursements. 7.2, approval change order for Grand Terrace Elementary School, portable classrooms and toilet project per board resolution 69 rather. Item 7.3, approval of change order for Grimes Elementary School interim classroom project per board resolution 2469. 7.4, approval change order for Grimes Elementary School modular TK classroom project per board resolution 2469. And item 7.5, approval change order for the Cone High School CTE culinary art project per board resolution 2469. So if there's no questions on any of those, we'll move right to item 7.6, which is a facility update, and I'd like to invite Director Chang to the podium, please.
Phone working? Okay. Good evening, Board President Barra, Board Member Superintendent Miranda, members of the audience. Thank the board for opportunity to present the facility update for tonight's meeting. Do have to declare I don't have a dance scheduled, so no dancing from me, unless you guys, it may turn into a comedy hour if I do. But all right, first slide is. All right, thank you. First up is the continuation from the last board facility update, which is the Terrace View Elementary Playground replacement. So the brand new play structure at Terrace View is nearing completion. We just finished the installation of the rubberized surface earlier this week, and the contractor said a couple of miscellaneous items to finish up, and the play structure should be available for use before the end of this month. So we're very excited to provide a brand new play structure and rubberized surface for the school and their students. And you can see there's a vast difference between bottom right in terms of what the current structure looks like for the upper grade level versus the new play structure. All right. Not too far behind is a new TK kinder play structure at Bernie Elementary School. So we're just waiting on a couple of remaining parts from the factory to complete the installation of the play structure, and we're scheduled to arrive next week, which will then allow us to complete the structure as well as the rubberized surface, the play surface. So again, we're hoping to finish the project before the end of this month. All right, next update is the Colton High School Culinary Arts Building. Just additional progress photos since the last update show some of the progress ongoing construction. The first top photo is exterior metal cladding that's currently being erected. We're getting close to completion on that. On the bottom left, you can see there's a lot of activities occurring in the interior area with all the mechanical, electrical, and trades working together and installing. It's really intense in terms of the mechanical and electrical and plumbing system. But we're happy to report that we're making some good progress. And on the bottom right, it shows the walk-in freezer and refrigerator have also been installed. And we're still currently tracking for completion mid-February of 2025. Just on one related note, if the board recalled, this project was made possible with the contribution about $2.8 million from the state matching grant. So during the construction, we're working with the architect and our funding consultant. We continue to pursue additional grants from the state. The matching grant is a 50-50% for the seismic mitigation. So I'm happy to report to the board that we did get preliminary approval from the state for additional $3.1 million in matching fund for the program. So that brings the state contribution about $6 million, which is about 50% of the $12 million construction cost. So this is actually on the agenda for the State Allocation Board for approval next Tuesday, but we did receive the preliminary approval from Office of Public School Construction. So just happy to report some good news to the board. Thank you. All right, next project is Bloomington High School varsity foul ball netting. That project commenced several weeks ago. The construction, there's some, in addition to the foul ball netting, we're also required to do some additional ADA upgrades and curb ramp and so forth, so that's ongoing. We're still tracking on schedule. The contractor is, while they're working on some of the path of travel improvements, the foul ball netting posts and netting, or the metal post itself and the netting are being fabricated, and we're anticipating those to be delivered next week, and then the foundation work can continue to follow. And we're still on track to complete the foul ball netting project installation by the end of this year or early January. All right, and another exciting project work on it is the Wilson Elementary TK kindergarten classroom addition and parking addition. So this scope is includes the addition of 4 permanent classroom buildings with visitor parking and student drop-off at the just south of the administration building off 8th Street. And currently we're in the final phases of DSA review. You can see there's some color renderings of some of the views from the 8th Street, of the front elevation of the building from the view from 8th Street. And then the upper left-hand corner is the view from the inside the campus and the courtyard area. So hopefully we'll receive approval within the next few weeks, which will then allow us to put the project out to bid and solicit bids from the contractor. All right, next slide is board members and members of the public may be aware. There's a Proposition 2, which is going to be on the November 5th ballot. Can't believe elections are just 19 days away. So Proposition 2 was placed on the November ballot with the passage of AB 247. Do want to emphasize the important fact that the principal and payment of this facilities bond is used, that is actually paid for by using the existing state general fund revenue and not through local taxes. So that's an important fact I want to share with the community. Also, the state doesn't really have a program to fund school facility needs, and so in the past, the mechanism that they use to assist with the school and our facility needs is by passing these state facility bonds. According to the city in school at UC Berkeley, they're estimating about 85% of classroom in California are more than 25 years old. So you can imagine really the needs that we have throughout the state. So if this proposition passes, the program will allow the district to seek up to 65% of the eligible project costs from the state for modernization, and with the district contribution of ranging from 35 to 40%. And new construction matching, it ranges from 50 to 55% with the district contribution of 45 to 50%. So again, another important point I'd like to point out is in order to participate in this program, district will need to have their share of matching local fund. So without any local fund, you can't participate in the program. that leads to the next slide. So many districts, just as our board, recognize the importance of Proposition 2 and how it has impact on our ability to continue our program and how it can supplement the local resources to continue the building and improving our facilities. So just sharing some statistics, there's actually many school districts aware with the Proposition 2, and so there are actually 252 school districts in California that are seeking local voters to support school construction bond on the November 5th ballot. And within the Riverside County, there are 11 school districts, and also in San Bernardino County, there are actually 10 school districts, with some of our neighboring district, Fontana, seeking a $400 million bond, and Redland Unified School District seeking the community support a $500 million bond. Just a couple of some points, facts I wanted to point out. As I mentioned, there's $225 million Measure G that's going to be on the ballot for the community to vote on, and that will allow us to, some of the possible project would allow us to upgrade some older schools to meet the current building safety codes, make repairs to older classrooms, as well as HVAC and electrical systems. It would potentially allow us to replace aging portable with new permanent classroom buildings. Just like Measure G, it's going to require, this Prop 39 requires a citizen oversight committee to review the expenditure and the performance to make sure we comply with all the regulations and requirements. And it also requires an annual independent financial performance audit. So, and this bond measure will basically cost the community $40 per $100,000 of assessed valuation, which based on the average home value, we're looking at about $10 a month per homeowner. So I know Dr. Miranda has a little slide and some nice video that, so I won't steal her thunder. So next slide. Just in closing, I want to share really a wonderful event at Colton High School earlier this month. So we had class of 1962 held their 62nd reunion at the McIntosh Gymnasium earlier this month. So the committee reached out to Superintendent Miranda, Dr. Miranda, to request for the use of McIntosh Gymnasium, and then staff subsequently worked and with the committee and assisted them with filling out the proper paperwork for facility use, and assisting with obtaining necessary insurance, and as well as paying the fees. So just want to kind of shout out to my administrative assistant who guided them throughout the process. And she also served, in addition to her duty as my admin assistant, she actually is also a cheer coach for the Colton High School. So she was working with the staff and made arrangement with Yogi special parents during the event, and they were able to sing the alma mater, and it was really a wonderful event. So, all right. And actually, so after the event, they actually wrote a really nice letter to Dr. Miranda, thanking him for his support, as well as the district staff for supporting the event. So along with a thank you letter, they actually wrote a donation check in the amount of $1,000 to the Colton High School cheer program. So again, I want to thank them for their generosity. In the slide, I include some quotes that they indicate in the letter. Really holding the reunion in the facility where their senior prom took place in '62, brought back a lot of high school memories to our group. And also the bottom, during 4 years at Colton High School, they sat through multiple pep rallies in the McIntosh Gym, which boosted our school spirit. And 62 years later, that school spirit is still strong within the group. It's really great to see the emphasis the district continue to promote the spirit, or the school spirit. So really, it's been, to me, and I think reading their letter really kind of had a profound and impact on me in terms of have a deeper understanding of the role and impact the facility have on our, not just students, but also alumni and what the building can serve. You know, while we strive to build buildings that are, you know, inspire learning, it also really has more purpose. It's really a community space for growth and developing friendship and share experiences, and really holds that fond memories. And again, I feel honored to be able to, you know, participate in playing that small part and continue to carry out some board's vision, leadership vision, and creating a great facility. And I hope to have the opportunities, community support to continue to do so. So with that ends my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you, Owen. Any questions of Director Chang?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, I really appreciate that one. Sorry, I got ahead. Do I have permission?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I really appreciate the last slide. It was precious. I also want to thank you, Owen, again, for spearheading everything. It's just amazing what you do. Tonight, we also approved, 6.7, 6.27, 28, 29, and 630, to initiate the work that has to be done at Joe Baca Middle School and the turf field at Bloomington, some baseball fields at Colton, the lighting, and then the last one was, of course, the playground structures that you shared, and I know there's more coming. So I've been able to visit some schools, and I have seen the high quality of the playground structures, and it just really brightens up the playground. So thank you, Owen, for your help, for all your work.
Thank you, Bertha. Okay, thank you very much, Owen, for all your work, and just, I mean, to yourself and to your staff, just say how much we truly appreciate what you're doing and what you continue to do for the district. We thank you very much.
Frank, if I may, just
yes.
I know the meeting's running long, but I have to thank you, Owen, because if your staff didn't recognize it before, they certainly know now the impact that facilities, these are spaces, just like a house becomes a home because you fill it with memories and love. These schools come alive because they're filled with memories and people, and your team is a part of that. And I can tell you, as a second generation Colton High graduate and the father of a third generation of Colton students, to walk the halls knowing that my parents graduated from Colton High School, 68 and 69. I graduated there. My children will likely graduate from there. You are a part of that. You're part of that legacy, and it means a lot. And they love going back to the football games. And it's not just Colton; it's Bloomington. Bloomington High School's been around now a long time as well, and we're creating those memories at Grand Terrace High School, which is really cool to see. So, yes, your team is a part of building a culture and creating memories for our families that will last literally generations. So thank you for that and all the hard work that you do, because you bring things on budget and on time, but we like to laud you for that. But more importantly, you are helping build memories. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Dan. And thank you, Owen. Okay, 7.7, ACE update. I think we have Pamela back there. There she is.
Good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. Just a few quick messages. I want to thank all of you that were able to come to the barbecue blast. I think it was a starting point and something we'll build upon, but a lot of good times were had, and we appreciate your presence and your support. Secondly, I wanted to announce and invite any of you that would like to come. November 2nd, we have added an additional precinct walk prior to the elections, both to support our candidates, our incumbent candidates that we've endorsed, but as well to push the progress for Measure BB. I too have parents that were Colton High graduates, class of '54. And I grew up, probably not legally, riding my bike throughout Colton High School when it didn't used to be fenced. And I just know that so many of our structures, like including my own classroom, is so in need of improvement, and how much pride my parents would take when they would tell me the stories of where they had this teacher in this class and the Spanish teacher that begged my mom never to take Spanish again. These are the stories that I have growing up, and I know our students will have those memories, and I want them to be able to look at buildings that they're proud of and that they can share with their kids one day, and so desperately need improvement, so really want to push that forward. So please join us November 2nd. I believe it's from 9 to 1, but you can call the ACE office for more information to participate in those precinct walks. Once again, we appreciate the collaborative efforts we have together, and thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. 7.8, CSCA. I believe we have our president.
All right. Good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. Anthony Guadarrama, CSE Chapter President, Colton 244. I have a little presentation tonight. Figure says it's election season. It's perfect timing to explain just how large and powerful CSE really is. Throughout the state of California, CSE is broken up into 10 areas. Areas A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and K. Don't ask me why there's not a J, I don't know. A is the largest geographically. F is the most densely populated area, so we are the biggest area in all of California. Area F is where we land. That's our Area F logo and our Chapter 244 logo. Let's see. CSA Colton Chapter 244, we have 1,300 members, nearly 800 local chapters, a total of 100 regions. We are Region 18, which consists of 6 chapters, approximately 4,850 members. And we have a newly appointed regional representative. You may be familiar with him. His name is Louis Pacheco. He's excited he was going to be here tonight, but he's got some things going on. But congratulations to Louis. It's a big, big accomplishment. And then we move up to 10 areas. We have Area F, which is where 244 is a part of. There's 10 regions in there, and there's 35,366 members. And our Area F director is our newly appointed area director, Kellyanna Miller. And again, you may be familiar with her, and she's an awesome, awesome member. CSC as a whole, we have over 250,000 members strong throughout the state of California. And I was thinking about it today. Kellyanna Miller, Louis Pacheco, really, they've been around for a long time. They've done a lot of work for CSCA, but it really goes back to the relationship with the district as well. CSCA identifies chapters that are strong, that have those strong relationships with their boards, with their management, and that's why they end up hand-plucking our members for these high-level positions. So really excited, really proud of both of them, and thank you to the board and our entire district. Again, our relationship is amazing just based on those facts alone. This is just a breakdown of our CSCA organizational structure. It's not a flex, just to show how strong we are. The flex is on the next slide. Colton Joint Unified School District organization chart. We have the Colton Joint Unified School District Board of Education. And as you all know, CSCA Chapter 244 has proudly endorsed Frank Ibarra, Pat Haro, and Bertha Flores for CJUSD School Board. Now, we take these endorsements seriously, as this sends a message that we believe you will make decisions that will positively affect classified and certificated staff, which ultimately, and more importantly, positively affects students. So we have the CJUSD Board of Education, who oversees Superintendent Dr. Miranda, who oversees Executive Cabinet, and who oversees CJUSD Management, who oversees the teachers and classified. Now here's where the flex comes in. We have 1,300 classified members in CSCA. We have about 80% that live within our district boundaries, a little over 1,000 members. You multiply that by spouses, voting eligible children, friends, family, you start to get the picture. It's a big, big number. I don't know how many of you have had the pleasure of knowing or working with Nick Ramirez, but he was one of my mentors and a past president of CSCA Colton Chapter 244. And at the time, it didn't make sense because I was a youngster barely getting involved with the union, but he would always tell me, isn't it cool that we get to vote and potentially elect our own bosses? I was like, like I said, it didn't make sense, but now it does. You know, both associations have direct impact on getting board members possibly elected. However, CSEA has a little more direct impact because, as previously mentioned, we live in the district boundaries. We vote. So, again, we both have our direct impact, but we just directly impact it a little more. So, all my members in attendance, listening live, and those who will listen to this recording, this is where our true strength lies. So go out there and vote. Let me go back. Actually, I have my political action coordinator, Kevin Mendoza, is here. Kevin, can Kevin give you a little wave? Many of you have been in contact with Kevin, and I would like to thank him and our political action committee for getting together with our ACE brothers and sisters and putting in all the hard work they have been for the past couple months. Kevin is also the committee chair for Measure BB, which CSE Chapter 244 has also endorsed. Going the wrong way. All right. All right, a few things I just want to kind of update our administration, superintendents, directors, supervisors. These are some negotiable items. Wages, hours, position control, and working conditions. I'm going to focus on the bottom two tonight, but anytime those changes made in those 4 items, they need to be negotiated with the district before we start implementing or making changes. Position control. So each individual has a unique position control. Anthony Guadarrama, position control 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. My job title, wages, benefits, everything that is a total picture of what I am of who I am as an employee. So we've been working through with position control. It's used for calculating staffing levels, which directly correlates to calculating the budget. And recently, district has proposed position control to be in the conversation of a reduction in force. And reduction in force is a little couple definitions down there: reducing calendars of classified positions, reducing hours of classified positions, not filling classified positions, and potentially, hopefully not now or ever, but layoffs. I just want everybody to be on the same page. And when we talk about reduction in workforce, we're talking about reductions in services to our families and our students. So I just want everybody to understand that. I was told a while back that when we started discussing position control, an outside organization would be coming in and break down position control to show us what we were doing right or wrong. I specifically asked to be at those meetings, but I found out that they started meeting yesterday without us. And I've learned that there are various reasons for leaving people out of meetings. Either you simply forgot, you don't want people hearing or seeing what's been going wrong, you don't think they'd understand, or you want to spin the facts or relay the information for your own perspective. And that may not be the case, but again, those are a lot of reasons. Regardless of the reason, we should be at those meetings if the district is going to be proposing any type of reduction in force in the future. Right now, I'm a little frustrated at this position control because it's new. We're going through the process together. It's a little bumpy, we're hitting some speed bumps. But because of this, we had 10 schools start this school year without a school programs technician. And they're a vital, vital part of our schools. They order everything for the sites. They order papers, pens, projectors, everything that gets ordered for the sites goes to the school programs technician. So for 10 school sites not to start with that position, guess who that work lands on? Our other overworked staff, our front office staff, our office managers. Now they're trying to pick up a brand new job while they're doing their own job. So it kind of creates a little chaos and a little headache for these members picking up all this work. Over the summer, we had discussions about vacant district safety officer positions. And I was told that there weren't enough students at Washington High School and that the site staff could handle it. And I kind of stepped back as my site staff can handle it. My office assistants can break up fights, can do searches when it comes to drugs, weapons. That simply wasn't acceptable. But to this day, we still do not have a district safety officer at Washington High. Oops. And I reiterated our stance in June that the vacancies be filled, but still nothing. And again, that's a little alarming. As a CSA chapter president, I'm a little upset because again, we're relying on my members to break up fights, to search students, and they're not trained for that. District safety officers are trained in a particular manner to handle that kind of stuff. And as a parent, I'd be upset too. If my student's there and he's not, I know all of our sites are secure-ish, but without a district safety officer, they're not truly secure. Anything can go wrong, what are we gonna do? We don't have staff there that are trained for these situations. District record techs, Tanya Blumenthal, I don't know if anybody had the She's an amazing person, but she recently retired, and again, through position control, it was mentioned that, well, we're not going to hire that position. Where's that work going to go? That was an 8-hour full position doing all that work, so where's it going to go? And the traditional thing that our district does is we'll just hand it off to other employees. They have their own jobs and they're overworked as well, so it's just dump it on them or the sites. Or we'll have other employees step in and do the work that's not their work, but because we're classified, we want to get the job done, they'll step up and they'll do it. But it's not right because you're eliminating that work. Well, not eliminating it, you're pushing it on to everybody else that already has their own job and duties. Front office staff at some of our sites are struggling because the district is trying to tighten the belt through position control. And I'm not naive to the fact that we have had declining enrollment the past 10 years. However, in that same time period, we have introduced new programs where a lot of the work lands on classified employees, so you can understand their frustration. And I'll speak more to that in a couple slides. Community schools, participation model. This was like the very beginning of this program. As part of the planning process, CJUSD will fully engage in the involvement of school site participants, students and families, teachers and staff, bargaining units. Now, we had one meeting on May 23rd regarding this program, and that was only at the request of my fellow association president, Christina Bracci. Since then, I haven't heard anything. It's been implemented at these sites, and all this work, again, is landing on employees. So they reach out to me, asking me questions like, hey, how does this work? What am I supposed to do? We're not part of the discussion. And that's alarming. That makes me upset. So again, when they reach out to me, with questions that I don't have answers to, that frustrates me. Are we supposed to be fully engaged or buy in when we have not been included in the planning? So as of now, this program does not have CSEA buy-in or full engagement until discussions start. Short-term independent study. This is another one that's got under my skin a little bit. It was presented to our office staff at a class child welfare attendance technician meeting. It was put on by Student Services, and this was the part of their presentation. If you kind of just summarize, look through it, attendance technician, number 2, counselor, or another assigned staff. Number 3, school staff, or I'm sorry, go back to 2, attendance technician, counselor, or another assigned staff. Henceforth, referred to as school staff. So then number 3, school staff. 4, school staff. Written agreement, number 1, school staff. 2, school staff. 3, school staff. After the student returns, number 1, school staff, school staff, school staff. You see a lot of school staff highlighted in there. To me, I know what that means. That's classified work that's going to get dumped on them. And we don't mind the work because we always step up and do it. But these negotiations need to start beforehand to see what that looks like. Because again, we have an office staff, front office that are answering phone calls, getting cussed out by parents that are trying to do all this stuff, and now you're dumping stuff on them that they're not trained for, that they don't know what they're doing. How frustrating is that? We used to contract a lot of this work, which I'm definitely not advocating for. However, it goes to show that there were full-time employees doing all this work, and now a majority of it, again, is getting dumped on site attendance techs and office assistants with no training. We do have a meeting to discuss this on Monday. However, as I mentioned previously, programs like this that change the working conditions of my members need to be negotiated before, not after implementation. Classified training and hiring. We're doing good, but we still need to do better. We have a classified leadership program ran by Dr. Daudet and Eric Enciso, and it's amazing. It goes over a lot of leadership qualities, a lot of training. It's an awesome program. But what I'm talking about is we need more training within our departments, at our sites, continuous training, promoting from within, building capacity. It seems like it's an issue, but the more and more I see it, the more I can understand how a lot of my members become discouraged and demoralized, because I can't tell you how many times classified members have stepped up to a higher role, whether it's classified or management. They do the job for 2, 6, 9, 12 months, and then that vacant position is flown, and oh, guess what? You don't qualify. But I just did the job for 6, 9, or 12 months. How do I not qualify? How does that make sense? But that's the bigger systemic problem is if they don't qualify, why aren't we doing more to train our classified employees to keep moving up like this? Some of our instructional assistants work with some difficult students. I've had instructional assistants bit, scratched, punched, you name it. But they're not trained on how to properly de-escalate or properly put hands on students. And I don't mean the way security is trained, but the proper way to place hands on students' shoulders who may be causing harm to him or herself or other students. We need to do better. as you all know, our 3 middle schools have new administrators, and a lot of front office staff are new as well. Front office staff at the middle schools reached out to myself and HR back in August regarding joint training or some kind of cross training to work out issues they were all running into. We still do not have anything in place, or planned or in place, to solve these issues. We need to do better. On a lighter note now, I want to thank everyone for showing up and hanging out at our first CSCA MAC barbecue, especially since it was so hot. It was hot. It was really hot. So again, thank you all for showing up and sticking it out and having a good time with us. And thank you to everyone that attended and those who helped make it happen. It was a fun time, good times. So with that, it's great seeing everyone, and good luck in the upcoming elections.
Okay, thank you. Item 7.9, MAC update. Thank you. 7.10, ROP. I'll start with Pat.
We have, hold on a second. Okay. We have a couple of things I just want to share from ROP. And we had UC Davis came down to BHS, to their veterinary program, and did a presentation to them. And they're going to come back 3 more times in the school year and do presentations with them and work with the kids on possibly getting scholarships to UC Davis. Right now, our graphic design students at Grand Terrace High School, they are designing the marketing material for the City of Grand Terrace Trunk or Treat. And then we have Colton High School, our graphic communications department participated in an artivism printmaking workshop, and basically it was activism but through art. So, and then we have this coming up, Slover Mountain High School. Their child development program students are preparing to host students from San Salvador Preschool for their annual Halloween fair. And they do painting and they do trick-or-treating, and it's just a great program for our kids to work with these kids. And many of these kids are looking at going into positions where that they can work with kids in a preschool. So I think it's a great program. And the last thing I want to share is CRIROP we have been working very diligently at getting the word out who we are. And last year, the board was at the California School Board Association conference, so we did not participate in the Colton Christmas parade, but CRIROP did, and they had a truck, and it's the white, van, I can't think of what it's called, the big white van truck, and and the kids decorated it, and our CRIROP ambassadors walked, and those who are like in the medical field right now, who are working in the medical classes, were dressed with their little scrubs on, and they're trying to promote the programs that we offer in Colton. But to further that, instead of just having, we do a lot of field trips for our CRIROP students to visit the hospitals and visit, I know at Bloomington for the COPS program, they actually visited a morgue, okay? And certain things they saw, but they do a lot of visits, and it's very costly every time we do a field trip. So they came up with the idea to buy some vans. They were used, but in extremely good condition, very low mileage. And now we have vans that these kids can be taken all around, and our logo is on there. There is one for Bloomington High School and Slover Mountain. There is one for Grand Terrace High School, and it has all of their different designs, and then Colton High School. And for the sites that each logo on there represent whatever program is offered at that site. And for the sites that didn't have their own logo drawn up, ROP, they had the graphic design department design the logo so they would all be represented. So when the next parade comes out, they will be sporting these new wrapped vans. So I just wanted to share because they look really cool. And so they're a great advertisement for CJUSD and for CRIROP. So that's what I wanted to share.
Thank you, Pat. And also, they mentioned with the new vans, it's going to give our teachers opportunities to take their students to field trips. Um, our welding department can go up to, say, the Western State Carpentry program, the union up there, and they can travel and take their students to a variety of different places where they could take a look at what they want to get into as far as a career and see that in action. So, Israel, anything you would like to add?
Yes, right quick. For the CRIRA Foundation, we want to welcome Pat Haro. She is now one of the board members for the foundation. And so now it's Mr. Ibarra, myself, and Pat. We are part of the CRIRA Foundation board, and just wanted to welcome her. And we made some decisions in our meeting this past. We were able to raise the scholarships a little bit, give them a little more money. And so that's a great opportunity for our students, for them when they receive those scholarships. And I'll have more information to come when I have all the dates, and I think I had given you a tentative date, but I think that we're going to be changing that date. So I will give you more information when that comes to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. Okay. If there's no other questions, let's move on to the superintendent's communique.
Thank you, Board President. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for hanging in there. I'll be really quick here this evening. Owen already talked about Measure BB, so we know the enthusiasm that exists. This is a transformative opportunity for our school district to enrich the learning environment. That's what we want to do for every student. So let's play the video. You've seen it, but we're going to play it. It tells the story here. Then I'll come back.
Schools are at the heart of our community. It's the place where young students grow into tomorrow's leaders. The schools in the Colton Joint Unified School District have stood for over 60 years and now need repairs to ensure safe and modern learning environments for today's students. To address this, the school board has placed Measure BB on the November 5th ballot. This initiative seeks $225 million to revitalize our schools.
These funds will transform outdated classrooms and upgrade labs and enhance career technical facilities, ensuring every student has access to a quality education.
Learn more about Measure BB at CJUSD.net. Together we can build a brighter future.
All right, there's not much to say there except, again, go to the website, please. Visit our website to get more information. I mean, at the end of the day, we want cleaner, create a safer environment, modern facilities, empower students to, again, reach their highest potential. Next slide, I want another shout out to our community cabinet coming up. Please come and join the conversation. That's going to happen next Wednesday, October 23rd at 10 a.m. here in the Professional Learning Center. Again, there are going to be live student performances, interactive discussions, and we're going to have great presentations. Again, if you want to RSVP, there's a QR code. We passed out cards out to everybody. We also have cards for Measure BB, so you can scan that and register. I think at this point we have over 100 people who are registered to attend. So it's going to be a full house. We're going to have some great performances and celebrate our students, our why. Okay. And then the last slide, we know that this month is National Bullying Prevention Month. So spreading the kindness of unity, we did that yesterday. Throughout the district, it's not just the month that we should be spreading kindness and unity, but it's the entire school year. So our schools are engaging in meaningful lessons, activities, events to promote kindness, inclusion, and respect. Again, Unity Day was yesterday, as I mentioned. What a powerful reminder to all of us to stand against bullying. And I'll tell you, our incredible transportation department with Grand Terrace High School put together the Kindness Bus this year, and they did a tour of different schools, got an opportunity to go out there. There were several board members who were part of that, so it was just awesome. There were clappers. That was pretty loud, but a lot of excitement. So you know what we should do as a district is continue to carry these values forward every day, ensuring that CJUSD remains a place where every student, again, every student, feels safe, supported, and valued. Because that's our priority, that's our why, that's why we're here. All right, with that, I am done with my quick and fast superintendent's communique this evening. Thank you, Board President.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Miranda. Go right into board member comments. Ms. Sandoval? No comment? Bertha? No. Okay. Pat?
Okay, I want to thank CSEA and MAC for the barbecue blast. Next year, we'll have more people there because we're going to get the word out and we're going to have pictures from this year and all the fun that we had and the yummy food. Okay, everything was wonderful. It was a really great event, and I look forward to it next year. CTEP event, it was a great event. Again, yummy food. you have food and they will come. So, and everyone was there. A really great event to show off what we're doing with our pathways and with our great programs through CRIROP. Missy Kingston and our Student Services Department, Kindness Bus, it was great. I don't know about those clappers, but it was a great event. I know all the schools that participated. We had Harupa Vista, we had DRC, we had Smith, we had Lincoln, and we had, what was that other one? Wilson, thank you. And Wilson. It was just a great turnout and so much fun, and the kids were so excited to see the bus, and the teachers were excited to get the pictures of the class with the bus, and Mr. Fuentes was taking pictures with all the classrooms. And so it was a great event, and the kids had a blast, except for Jamal, whose legs are hurting him from his breakdancing with all of the kids. But the kids loved it, so that was great. I'm sure that'll be on an upcoming video. I want to acknowledge it's the week of the school administrator, so to thank you to all our school administrators. I'm going to have a quote for you when I'm done. So, but I do want to bring up, it's funny you brought this up, Anthony, about promoting from within. I know that we've already done 1 or 2 trips to Gettysburg for leadership. 2, okay. So I would be curious to see, if possible, in our board correspondence, how many, because this is about leadership and promoting from within. I would like to see the money we're putting into this program as far as sending them to on this trip and the classes. How many people have been promoted from this? Okay, so that's a start. Okay, because I've been wanting to ask that, and you brought it up, and I had it in my notes. Okay, every board meeting I like to bring up a student who was a graduate of the Colton Joint Unified School District, who went to school here for 13 years. And tonight I'm going to bring up a student from Grand Terrace, and she had sent me 4 years ago, I started my teaching credential program after college. 3 years ago, I started my teaching internship at a district that we won't mention because she did not get the job in Colton. Okay. 2 years ago, I started my teacher induction program, and now I am fully credentialed and working. She is a special ed teacher, and she's a phenomenal student, was a phenomenal student in our district. And I have followed this student since elementary school. In fact, I was invited to her wedding, and I was invited, actually they put one of my political signs out in their yard, and when I stopped by, she just had a baby, and her baby was only 7 days old when I got to see and hold her baby. So to see what our students are doing, this is what we're all about. The last thing I want to bring up, because I talk about this every year. I went to high school in East Los Angeles. I went to a high school that has the largest, their football game every year is Halloween time, and it is the Garfield Roosevelt game. I went to Garfield. My husband went to Roosevelt. How we got together, I don't know. But every year, our high school football game, this rivalry was so big, we had it held at East Los Angeles College. Last year, I told the board, it was being held at the Coliseum, and will.i.am performed. Well, this year, it is being held at SoFi Stadium. And yeah, and they are being sponsored by Nike, and who's providing all their uniforms, and will.i.am and the Black Eyed Peas are gonna perform the halftime performance. I mean, and then before the actual game, the girls' flag football team is gonna get to play on the field. So I think that's pretty epic, and I always have to bring it up because it's pretty awesome to come from a school that has the largest rivalry in the state of California. So I wanted to share that with you. Tiffany Davis, your baby's a gem. I mean, we haven't hardly, just heard the cutest little coos over here, but not crying or anything, just a great baby. Week of the School Administrator. So my quote, it's a funny one. Most of the time, they're kind of like tearjerker ones or whatever, serious. But this one, being a school administrator is easy. It's like riding a bike, except the bike is on fire, you're on fire, and everything else is on fire. To all my school administrators, I know you understand what I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. And by the laughter, I think they do understand, so. Israel.
Thank you, Board President. I'll be quick. Just wanted to highlight a couple of things. First of all, Ms. Harrell's probably shared everything where I've been at because she and I, we're kind of carpooling together because we've been out of a car for a few months. But we've had that opportunity to visit all the schools. Just wanted to highlight the Munch It, Crunch It with nutrition. We were at Grimes Elementary that day, and it was a phenomenal day. We had the kids eating fruits, eating vegetables, eating all that great stuff. And I want to just kudos to the nutrition staff for being there in those costumes. I had the opportunity to sing with the kids. Like I said, I did Los Pollitos Dicen in a whole different version so that they would remember what vegetables and what fruits do to them. So every time they sing that song or they hear that song, they're going to remember. And then for the older kids, we did the veggie dance. And trust me, those kids knew that song. They knew that song. I had already said goodbye to the kids and everything because I had to come to tomorrow's leader meeting. And they're like, one more time. And guess what? We did it one more time. So awesome what our nutrition staff is doing, getting out there, getting the students to understand the importance of having nutritional vegetables, fruits, and everything that they eat every day. Because everything they eat every day is really good. And if you have not tried their chicken sandwich, you need to try that chicken sandwich. It's really good. Another thing I want to highlight this morning, I had an opportunity to do a video with West Valley Water out at the district office. And if many of you probably don't know, but we collaborate with them a lot out in the Bloomington area. Our OTC has gone out there on Earth Day to do the color guard when they do their opening ceremonies for Earth Day. And those students have also helped volunteers set up tables, set up the easy-ups, and break down all of that. So they're there for the full day. So I really appreciate those students. Also, we have many of our elementary schools like Smith, Crestmore, I think Zimmerman, and I'm missing one school. I think Grimes does also. They do a coloring contest, and the students that win get to be in their calendar for the year. So their pictures get to be put in this calendar, and they get a recognition from the directors, the board of directors from West Valley Water. And so we collaborate with them a lot. And I know they've also given us grants and stuff for our students. So this morning I had the opportunity to do that and talk to them about that. They've also had opportunities with some of our students where they do internships with them, also where they bring them out to their facilities, and they get to intern with them, and they get to see what the water world does, and it's such an important thing. And I've had the opportunity to be a part of this program called the WELL program, which is called Water Education for Latino Leaders. And it's not just for Latino leaders, it's for anyone. But the person who started this actually walked with Cesar Chavez. His name is Victor Griego. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to ask Victor that if Jesus Ibarra, right, your great-grandpa? Your grandfather, yes. So I'm going to ask him about that because he did do the fasting with Cesar Chavez. And so we get to study about civil rights, and we've been to many. I've done my fourth one this past weekend, but it's an amazing thing when I hear the footsteps to freedom and I hear all of that things that you guys went through. And I've had the opportunity to go to museums that I didn't know existed, like in Watts, in Compton, Lakewood, Bakersfield. We went to the Cesar Chavez Memorial, where he's buried there alongside his wife and his dogs, because even his dogs had a meaning to what he did. And you get to see his office, the way he left it when he passed away. So the opportunities like that, our students are given through these programs, through the stakeholders that we have. And that's the reason we have the community cabinet, so that our stakeholders come and they get to see what our students do. You know, we highlight our students. Like today we had the folkloric dancers from Grand Terrace. And I know that Bloomington High and I think Colton High School also have dancers there too. So it's an opportunity for us to highlight our students during the community cabinet. So don't miss it. Next Wednesday, 10 a.m. here at the facilities here, our boardroom. That's all I have. Thank you. Have a great one.
Thank you, Israel. Dan? Okay. So I just want to end our open session meeting by offering my best wishes to Pat Haro and Bertha Flores, because the next time we have a board meeting, we're going to have an outcome. And so just wishing the best to both of you. Thank you very much. Also, I just want to mention that want to thank CSCA, MAC, and ACE for the barbecue. And I think that that was something that was very well done. And I think next year, when we're all back, we're going to make this a little bit of a bigger event. So, and draw more people in. So with that as well, I just want to address the fact that without getting into any bargaining type of stuff, the issues that CSCA brought up, just want to ask the superintendent to share where we're at with those issues, because when it comes to service, we need to provide the best service throughout the district. And that's what President Wagayama was talking about, providing the service. So if you can let us know where we're at this point and what our plans are. So with that, it is now 8:37. And the Board of Education will now adjourn into closed session to discuss the items listed on the closed session agenda. Thank you for being here. Minutes here, we could get to work. It's 9:37. We do have two items to report out. Item 11.1, conference with legal counsel. In closed session, after conferring and meeting with legal counsel, in closed session regarding board agenda item number 10.2, and on a motion by board member Dan Flores and second by board member Israel Fuentes, and carried on a 6-0 vote with Joanne Thorin Ojeda absent. The board voted to approve the settlement agreement with Duke Realty Elder LP in Cone Joint Unified School District versus County of San Bernardino, San Bernardino County Superior Court case number CIVSB 2400676116. Okay, item 11.2, personnel public employee appointment. On a motion by board member Israel Fuentes and second by board member Bernice Sandoval, and carried on a 6-0 vote with board member Joanne Thorin Ojeda absent, the board approved the following: personal public employee appointments, certificated regular staff 1 teacher, classified management 1 vehicle maintenance supervisor, volunteers 56, general 52, classroom observation 4. And if there's no other questions, comments, or concerns, it is now 9:39, and we're hereby adjourned.